don't shift until a little bit later than one might think in that restart or the initial start of a race.
Well, and saying that, talking about the back half of the field, some of them will. So it's going to be a little bit different because they'll be so far.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You're going to be so far in the back for some of them. They're going to be in the middle of the corner when they're shifting. And again, not too difficult here. Again, most tracks, including this one at South Boston, it's third to fourth gear. So you're just you're going down one, you're pulling it back. A lot of drivers, they'll angle their arm to the outside to make sure that they don't accidentally pull it down into second. So they kind of will take an angle where they push it and kind of just slide it back on into fourth gear to make sure that they don't accidentally push it into second. But you still got to push the clutch and shift the gears, as my grandfather, Mr. 4Speed, would say. There's no magic to these cars. You got to push the clutch in and shift these gears.
Well, look, and if we want to use analogies from other sports, I mean, free throws don't seem that difficult until the game's on the line with 15,000 people yelling at you. Then all of a sudden, you just hope you can hit the rim, right? I mean, it's same kind of situation, and you've been sitting around and waiting for a while as well. We want to go some track facts while we're talking about this wonderful facility at South Boston Speedway. We opened in August of 1957. It was a quarter-mile dirt initially, first paved in 62, expanded to 4/10 of a mile in 1994. Key resurfaces in 91 and 2017. 12 degrees of banking in the turns, 10 degrees of banking in the straightaways. Straightaways, guys, are roughly 360 feet long. And one of the things you hear so often about this track, and even from drivers in this race, they'll tell you, you kind of always feel like you're turning.
The straightaways are so short. You're doing so much work inside the race car, and it can really get shallow really quick. You talked about the width of those straightaways, just 40 feet, and it sounds like a lot. It's really not. That's less. That's a little bit more than 10 yards on a football field, and you don't think that's a big distance until your running back is closing it within 3 seconds or less than 3 seconds.
Yeah.
1 second. So it's just so small.
And where it gets really difficult, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of straightaway here. Those walls sneak up on you outside of on the exit of turn 2 and the exit of turn 4 especially. Heck, we saw in qualifying, Bumgarner almost got the wall. He ran the 8th fastest lap, and yet he was almost in the wall. Sellers was in the same kind of situation. He's turned however many thousands of laps around this place. Those walls, especially if you're a little tight, can just really sneak up on you on the exit of the corner.
Another thing that we always like to consider when it comes to racing at South Boston Speedway, it's at least a 2-groove racetrack. We call it a 2.5-groove track sometimes because that upper groove can get higher and higher as the race goes on. Now let's talk about the low line, fellas. You will see tonight many drivers put all 4 wheels on the apron below the yellow lines. The drawback to that is you got to get back in line coming out of the turns. You lose the banking. You almost have a feeling where you're going back uphill on exit of 2 and 4. We are almost ready downstairs for pre-race. James Pike, take it away, my friend.
Thank you, Kyle Haney, and thank you and welcome, South Boston Speedway, to the 20th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, the first leg in the 2026 Virginia Triple Crown presented by FloRacing. At this time, we'd like to introduce a few dignitaries and friends of South Boston that will join us on stage. We'd like to start with a former Daytona 500 and Southern 500 champion. Please welcome Ward Burton. Now, Ward, I've been told that you've got some news for us this afternoon, so what would you like to tell everybody here at South Boston that you've been keeping under wraps for a bit?
Well, South Boston is a great hometown track, as y'all all know. So great to see so many people out here, and we're going to run the Crush again on November 14th. A large purse for the late model stock drivers, 250 laps. We got Rogers Heat and Cool being our anchor partner. So hopefully we'll have some good weather, and y'all come out and support some late model stock drivers on November 14th. Enjoy your show tonight.
Big time show, the Crush 250 coming back to South Boston Speedway. It was a great show last year. I have to believe it's going to be just as good this year. It's time to introduce our representatives of the 3 host tracks of the Virginia Triple Crown. We'd like to start with the Managing Director of Business Operations from Martinsville Speedway. Please welcome Karen Parker. From Larry Kinglaw's Langley Speedway, please welcome the owner, Bill Mullis. From South Boston Speedway, the general manager, Brandon Brown. And from our title partner of tonight's event, Thunder Road Harley-Davidson, the general manager, J.R. Retzlaff. Race fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we welcome James Stewart to the stage to sing God Bless America.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for the land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Please remain standing as Motor Racing Outreach's Jim Foster delivers today's invocation.
Good evening, everyone. Let us all join in prayer. Father, we appreciate your love and mercy that you show us every day. You are also God of the weather, so we ask for your blessing for the rest of the evening, and we also appreciate the rain, Father. We thank you for this Triple Crown series. It's very exciting racing. We pray for the race here tonight, but we also look forward to the racing at Langley and in Martinsville later in the fall. Lord, we definitely don't take our freedom for granted. We thank you for freedom to gather. We thank you for our armed forces. We ask you to encourage our troops and bring them home safely, Father. Most of us know people that need healing and restoration, so we pray for your healing, God, including Jimmy Wade and Jimmy Davis. We thank you for all these teams, owners, and sponsors represented here tonight. We thank you for our race sponsors, and we ask you to bless their businesses. We pray for safety tonight, God, for all our drivers, their crews, track staff, and all these great fans. We ask you to bless all that will take place here tonight. We give you all the glory and the praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome Jamie Anderson Lindley.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you. Thanks.
Winslow, Toby Lane, Craig Moore, and you're watching Sobo on Flow.
The anticipation continues to build at South Boston Speedway. Thank you for watching Sobo on Flow. I'm Kyle Haney, Blake McCandless, Scott Shive in the house, and you are the final piece of the puzzle, race fans. Thanks for watching wherever you are. We are about 10,000 strong in the grandstands and the tailgate sections here at one of the biggest races of the season. Guys, we have been saying we think this will be the toughest field that you have ever seen at a short track race, really anywhere.
It is going to be so good. 43 cars strong, Kyle, and the competition, you mentioned it, it is going to be relentless. I think that's how the racing will be mostly throughout the field, especially up front, but it's going to be hard for each and every position, Blake. In no way is it going to be easy to make passes, not only because of the conditions of being able to block up high, but just the driver in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody here is so quick. But I just look at those names that we have in the top 10, some potential names that could take home a trophy, that could lock their way into the Valley Star Credit Union 300. Names like Ryan Millington that rolls off in fourth, or a Sam Yarborough that starts in sixth, Michael Bumgarner, Tate Fogelman, Chase Burrow, guys that are in the top 10 that could solidify themselves. They put themselves in the right position. Can they go out and execute over not just 200 laps, but kind of two individual 100-lap segments that divide this race up?
I think Connor Hall's got to feel like he is in a really good spot to possibly win 3 in a row. What an achievement that would be. You've got a driver in the field that has won 6 of these races in a row. That's Lee Pulliam. He'll have to come from a little bit further in the back. Guess what? You have waited long enough, race fans. Let's go back down in the pits to James Pike.
Race fans, it is... Welcome back. Drivers, start your engines.
We are ready to go, and late models are up first with the Hitachi Energy late model stock car division in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, and oh boy, is it gonna get wild. And a young front row, average age of 19.5.
Talk about talent, talk about young talent and fearless drivers. That's so often the case. Here we go with our starting lineup. We're going to get it for you here in just a moment. There's the accurate graphic with Electric Landon, number 29, Landon Lewis in his Thunder Road Harley-Davidson debut. Beside him, Caden Quapple in the 88 machine. Row 2's got some firepower. It's the 17 of Caden Honeycutt. He's won his last 2 races here at South Boston Speedway, a Cars Tour race in the Crush 250. Beside him, Ryan Millington in the 9.
Carson Brown has been lighting it up on the straight rail side of things, still looking for that first late model stock car win with Lee Pulliam Performance. He'll start 5th. Sam Yarborough could get it done as well. McCumbee Elliott Racing, a fast piece in the number 95, will start 6th. And how about the 2-time defending winner of this race, Connor Hall, and Michael Bumgarner for Rick Ware Racing, row 4.
Tate Fogelman will start in the 9th position, battled with the top 3 all of last year, but could not get it in the end. Chase Burrow looking for another great run, starting at the back of the top 10. Then it's Brendan Butterbean Queen making his 3rd late model stock car start in the past 2 years. He's won the Hampton Heat 200 3 times, but never this race. And Woody Howard, he's won the Hampton Heat 200 as well in 2009, but it's never this race either.
Row 7 features Trevor Ward, a notable points battle with Peyton Sellers last year. 2 wins this season for Ward. He's joined by Air Doug in the number 88 machine. Row 8 has got some firepower. Andrew Grady has been doing his full-time racing at South Boston Speedway this season, still looking for a big race win. And another newcomer, Brandon Lopez in the 6.
How about the youngest winner of the Valley Star Credit Union 300 that doubled up at Martinsville last year, Landon Pimbleton, starting in 17th. Peyton Sellers, we know his pedigree here at South Boston. He can very well come for the 18th starting position to win the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 and a multi-time winner of the NASCAR Virginia Late Model Triple Crown, followed by Blake Stallings, weekly competitor here at South Boston, a winner a couple of times, as well as Kyle Dudley. He was the first to roll out. He'll start 20th here this afternoon.
Starting in row 11, it is the 2 that battled for the win at the opening race of the season. It's Connor Waddell starting 21st, who nearly pulled it over Lee Pulliam, but lost it on a restart. Lee Pulliam looking for the 7th win in his 7th Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 212th start. Tyler Matthews will start back in the 23rd position, and Carson Lofton, 2nd start with this Mike Darn Racing team. He'll start back from 24th.
Here comes Trey Cruz. He's won in 3 different divisions here at South Boston Speedway. Not racing full-time anymore, but not short on talent. Thomas Bean, does he have a stiff cup of coffee here tonight for the rest of the field? Row 14 has young Aiden Millette in the number 9 and Riley Music in the 47, 2 Langley Speedway regulars.
Donovan Strauss and Jason Myers, 2 quick competitors in practice. They have some work cut out for them back in row 15. Row 16, 2 incredibly fast cars at Dominion a couple weeks ago. Connor Jones and the winner of that race, Minnie Tyrell, starting from 32nd tonight.
Drivers that we didn't expect to find themselves back here, but might be moving forward later on. 10th start in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 for Brandon Pierce, and Parker Eatman coming off a P2 2 weeks ago at Dominion and a P3 1 season ago at the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Mason Bailey will start in 35th. Bobby Mack, 2-time winner of this race, 36th, Kyle.
Ronnie Bassett Jr. released the Hounds. Bassett is with a new race team this year, Nelson Motorsports. Beside him, another young driver, a sophomore now, Chase Johnson. You've got Tristan McKee, more young talent, and Chase Murphy starting 40th.
And Landon Huffman, Zach Paragoy, and Devin George will make up our 43 car starting field. And gotta say, we got the graphics rolling for this one. 21 rows, that's a lot to try and build up here as the lights are out on this pace car.
Talked about having to hustle, Blake. It's time. It is time to hustle. It's time to get on your feet.
Pace car will dive into the safety of the pits as the first leg of the 2026 Virginia Triple Crown starts here with the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Sit back and enjoy this one from South Boston.
Landon Lewis leads the field the back straightaway. Everybody's okay so far, but we always hold our breath in moments like these. Look at this. It's 3 wide. It's cars everywhere. Who can make heads or tails of all the action out there? Landon Lewis has jumped out to a 1-car length advantage.
Big movement. Bumgarner up to the high side. Carson Brown moved him out of the way after getting a little bit loose in turn 2. Connor Hall down to the bottom. Bumgarner is being kicked out of the way. Look at the 0 of Burrow moving him out of the way.
Yeah, that was tight there. as Carson Brown and Michael Bumgarner had a little bit of contact. You could just see the hornet's nest forming through the field. We've seen 2, we've seen 3 wide, all the way back outside of the top 30. Bumgarner trying to recover on the outside of that blue number 5 of Carson Brown. That's for position of, and a big wreck on the front straightaway. Mini Tyrell got the worst end of it. A number of competitors involved.
Saw them coming out of turn 4, guys. There was a bump in there. I'm not exactly sure how it all went down. We'll see if we can get the replay to unpack it. Chase Johnson's front hood is completely destroyed. You've got more damage throughout the field. Riley Music has sustained some. Connor Jones' window net is down. Boy, this is what we feared. This is what can happen so often.
Connor Jones out of the car.
Yeah, a little.
And you can't tell. You can see him shaking his head, but you can't tell what the damage looks like. But from our vantage point, it doesn't look too bad. But of course, driver out of the car is a good thing, but never so early to see in a big incident like this. You see Devin George started back in 43rd, so this really did happen at the end of the field. Mini Tyrell was able to pull away. It's also the 63 of Tyler Matthews have big damage, but he was able to pull away as well.
Looked like Landon Huffman in the 57 pulled away also, guys. Let's talk about some cars that have not pulled away. Devin George in his 25. Connor Jones, who we mentioned already climbed out. He gave a sort of a mocking clap to one of his racing competitors there. You could tell he was not completely thrilled with how that went down. Devin George is backing away, actually. He may not be out of the race, might be just looking for room to turn around.
Riley Music, he's out of the car as well. He's looking around at the race car. He was just looking up under the hood, up at the right front, and he's now looking at the deck lid, taking it off, seeing maybe something went wrong for him. Again, we'll take this all. We'll take it for a moment. But, yeah, Riley Music, clearly an issue with that 47, maybe what could have caused the beginning of this incident. But Music, he is going to go into the pits already and moving fast. This is frustrating as a driver.
Yeah, it has to be. You put in so much work. You put in so much effort.
Yeah, George got a lot of that on the right front fender. Mini Tyrell, he pulled his car straight to the trailer. Imagine that his day is done. And this is how quickly it can happen here at South Boston Speedway, middle of the pack, where it's more dangerous than pretty much anywhere on the racetrack and just nowhere to go for so many competitors. But again, curious to see kind of where that all started. You see it on our speed shot. It looked like a little bit of contact.
Is that Aiden Millette? Oh, and then a big stack up.
It may have been Tyler Matthews and Carson Lofton may have been kind of around where that originated.
Millette survived. He skated out of it right there behind Tyler Matthews, but we'll get some more shots, more looks at it. But Devin George, this is really a tough one, Kyle, starting so deep in the field. But we talked about for him, a very smaller team, really trying to get his feet under him with this late model stock car program. It's hard to see that so early for a guy like Devin George, just trying to make his name. Sideways, it's just far away. Yeah, I think you call it Lofton.
So it started in turn 3. Not quite sure what happened, but it definitely was Lofton in the 63 kind of who made that initial contact. Jones, that's a hard impact.
That is a hard impact.
With the inside wall.
So you saw it a bit loose for the 20, kind of a stack up behind, and then everyone really trying to check up as quickly as possible. It could have been so much worse, but it really stinks, especially when it happens like this. Riley Music, his car will be taken off right now, but we officially are under red flag condition. Glad to see Jones and Music and them get out of the car because it was a nice, decent smack for Jones, and you hate to see that.
So Lofton started 24th, fellas. It would appear that most of the damage came beyond that. You look at Riley Music was starting 28th. Now, there was some changing in the order there in our first 3 green flag laps, and this restart is obviously going to be very intriguing. It'll feel like another start now because we're under red flag conditions. How much was due to the fact that the track was giving drivers trouble all day, and then we got the rain that changed everything, plus you add the pressure of the moment, and you're trying to put a lot of fast cars in a small area. You just can't fit a square peg in a round hole.
I think we mentioned it a lot earlier that drivers were especially going to be aggressive off the start And Kyle, you mentioned it with how deep some of them would be in the field and how long that line is, especially when you're doubled up. And I think that's some of what we saw. I mean, we saw Connor Hall dive 3 wide and turn 3 on lap 1.
Yeah,
and that's not where this originated, but we were focused a lot up there. You've got to imagine that was happening as well, 30th and 40th.
Well, and as we know, fellas, I mean, so often guys are charging really hard early. You're fighting for that track position early. Then we're going to see a period of the race where people do settle in and then things get single file. James has got some information downstairs.
I've got Connor Jones with me. Connor, what did you see from behind the wheel? What happened?
I saw him wrecking. A couple of people told me a bunch of different things, but all I know is the 16 just drove right in the back of me after I had a miss. So sucks, especially being that early. We're being that aggressive and wrecking these $150,000 race cars that quick. So it sucks, but we'll get it fixed and be at Wilkesboro.
The opportunity to rebound in car store competition in a few weeks.
You can hear him dejected. And for those drivers and fans and anyone that doesn't know, 2 weeks ago in the Minis Mission 125, he was looking to be the fastest car at the end of the race, got moved up out of the groove on a late race restart, and then had a kerfuffle with the 5 of Carson Brown. It turned him around in turn 1, and then his teammate, as well as Jared Fryer in the 22 Nelson Motorsport car, came and tagged him, and his day was done. So 2 weeks of frustrating competition for the 44 of Jones.
Yeah, and Jones, again, at doing his part, I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to talk with our very own James Pike, because he's kind of hands-on. He's trying to help his Carroll Speed Shop teammate in Landon Huffman, who got a little bit of that incident. Again, Huffman's going to be able to continue, but they were patching up some of the body work. You can see that car rolling on pit road right now, but he stepped away for a moment from helping with those repairs to try and to speak with our James Pike, so appreciate his comments there.
And this is one thing about racing that is unique to racing. There's no parallel in other sports to where you can do all that work and be knocked out so early. You don't get to the Super Bowl, and then if the other team scores, goes up 10-0 on you, the game's just over, right? Like, this is the only sport where you can put in mountains of work and it gets snatched from you not before the race starts, but as the race is beginning, Scott.
Oh, it's so difficult, and especially, we talk about the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Now you're out of it for Connor Jones, and
it feels that
rally
way. Yeah.
Music. It'd have to be a monstrous return and bad luck for a lot of other drivers.
You'd almost have to win the next 2 and count on some bad luck as well.
Yeah, which it's really hard to do. Back under caution, getting everybody cycled around, everybody single file, and even with single file, Kyle, I mean, we are wrapped 3/4 of the way, nearly halfway around this racetrack.
But remember, the other side of that coin, boys, is the drivers that can make it to the end. It makes it that much more special.
Yes.
Because you did survive the madness, and especially in a 3-race series. It's not a 20-race season at one track. It's just a 3-race Triple Crown. So you really can't have a bad night. And unfortunately for the drivers, we mentioned it has been a bad night. Some have survived, though, and they will carry on. Somebody's got to win this thing. We know it can be attritional. We're seeing Brandon Pierce, now that there's yellow flag, he's going to roll in and maybe get some attention and service from his team down there in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson number 2. Yeah, they're going to pop the hood and go to work and check something out on Brandon Pierce's ride.
Again, he stopped for that. I saw him as he was kind of sliding through. He did come to a stop. Don't think he hit anything. May have locked up the tires, I'm assuming, for the 2 of Brandon Pierce. So that may hurt him a little bit, but didn't hit anything.
Sometimes guys also, in a moment like this, if you're towards the rear of the field, you might have an idea to go in and get some service here anyway and just start at the complete back. James Pike is ready again with another interview down there.
Another driver involved in that early incident, Minnie Tyrell. Minnie, we spoke with Connor Jones. He said that he had it missed, and then the 16 ran through us. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I have to watch it back. I just know that something happened, and they were wrecking in front of me, and I tried to check up as much as I could, got on the brakes, and I got hit in the back too. So I got hit in the right rear pretty hard. I knocked all the crush panels out of it. So it just really sucks. I hate it for all of College Racing, Chris Rice, Ram, everybody that was able to put this deal together for me to come and do this and gave me the opportunity to be here. So just really unfortunate. I hate it for all my guys, all RNS race cars. They work really hard. They bring a great car, and it's heartbreaking, but it sucks to have it happen that early, and just sucks. I hope I can come back soon.
Minnie, I think, makes a great point that it can be really easy to get bottled up, especially when the field hasn't had a great chance to spread out. Things can happen really, really quickly, and that's what happened to Minnie Tyrell.
And one point I would like to make, and you can even see it as these drivers are choosing. What's facing these drivers right now? The sun. Mm-hmm. As soon as they come off of turn 4, they get nothing but sunlight, and because this race got moved up, that's going to be a factor. And I'm sure that, and I'm not saying that one driver did anything wrong, but I'm assuming when you're making these split-second decisions and you're having to check up that fast, something that small can make a big difference if you're just a little bit late to get into the brakes.
No, for sure. I mean, look, we paint the picture. The race fans can decide if it's pretty or not, and that is an element. This race normally will be the main event on this night, and we wouldn't be starting it till 8, 9, maybe even 10 o'clock perhaps if you had some problems in the first 3 divisions. Now we're starting in full sunlight as the setting sun is sinking at the end of our front straightaway. They have chosen, fellas, and I'll tell you what, we've still got a massively stacked field. Brandon Pierce did return to the group, and Chase Johnson is back out there as well with no front hood.
So, with the aggression ramp up right there within those first couple of laps in the incident, does it stay at that level or does it come back down?
I think it stays at that level for the first 5 or 10 laps anyway. Then again, maybe guys can settle in a little bit.
Could be a dangerous spot.
No doubt about it.
I think we already saw it.
And as I've always said, evasive action is a skill. Some drivers are better at it than others. It's part of racecraft, being able to avoid some wrecks. Now, yeah, there's some you're just going to have no shot. It's not going to be anything your fault. But there is some skill in evasive action.
There's absolutely some skill in evasive action. So we will get the first restart of the day. Front row still the same. Landon Lewis as well as Caden Quapple in the famed 88. Lewis starting from pole. It's the restart through the Gutterworks, or they'll go to the Gutterworks green flag in the Empower Broadband restart zone. We are restarted and back underway in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200.
Pretty good roll off from Caden Honeycutt. He's pulled door to door with Quapple. Honeycutt outside high line, Quapple downstairs low. They're still 2x2. Landon Lewis, race leader. We're on lap number 10. We should point out, guys, caution laps count until we get to lap 190. So keep that in mind, fans. And if we do get another caution, we'll relay that information again. But right now, better driving from throughout the field. Look at Honeycutt putting some heat on the back bumper of Landon Lewis.
Yeah, there were a couple of drivers that went a lap down. Chase Murphy went 2 laps down, getting some repairs on that. We got one car that's slow.
In trouble.
Yeah,
fender rub.
Slow at the top of 3 and 4, and he's not going to be able to find a way to get down to the pit lane before the field has passed him by. So Bean limping on the front stretch here to see if he can get down low. He is smoking a lot.
He's able to get down. Look at this. Fight is on. Door to door for the lead already with lap 187 to go. Caden Honeycutt will take it. 29 Atlanta Lewis will move out of the way. Honeycutt back to the lead. It's just like the Crush 250, only bigger.
It sure is. I mean, Caden Honeycutt made that look so easy. I think you mentioned Landon Lewis probably let him go by. No reason to fight him off for another 100 laps. But gosh, Honeycutt was giving Landon an earful for most of the start of that race, and now Honeycutt out to a car length and a half advantage.
And taking that lead now, this battle going on right here. Tate Fogelman, one of those drivers that really impressed with his speed to qualify up inside of the top 10. Again, it's usually just him and his father working on these race cars. He had a Reynolds Racing chassis when he was racing last year, and it's always been these types of tracks. He told me that it's always these high grip tracks that he really likes. As Woody Howard and Chase Burrow get a little physical there down the front stretch, as Woody Howard continuing to impress with what he did last year early in the Triple Crown.
Now, with all these drivers stacked up too wide, can drivers on the bottom take advantage of that, wrap the bottom and keep that momentum? Because drivers are in a train track. They're being slowed by the driver front. Ward, he's slow and caution is out. That is why he is slow. Caution on the racetrack.
There's one car stopped at the entry of what looks like turn number 3. Someone out of our vantage point up here in the booth. And
I was looking around. I was like, where did it come from?
Yeah, they're going to put the window net down. Trying to get an ID on where that is. Can't see the number the way it's reflecting off the roof of that car.
Can't quite. Don't have. I have a guess, but you never want to guess, so we'll wait. But nonetheless, car stopped at the bottom of turn 3. Window net is down. That was a good reminder about caution laps counting because we lost a couple of them in that early one, and we'll lose some now.
Yeah, when we get 10 to go, 190 laps into the race, then the caution laps do not count. Also, nothing counts at that halfway stage as well. We do have a stage 1 bonus, but we're not going to throw a caution at the end of stage 1. So keep all that in mind. Guys, you were talking about
Zach Paragoy.
Good call. Zach Paragoy there, who was making his first Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 start after being a limited sportsman champ last year. Looks like Zach's day is not going to end how he wanted it with 181 laps to go. You guys were mentioning all the action going on. I had my eyes on Lee Pulliam. He was really working hard in the mid-pack. He was in a good little firefight with Trey Cruz. I say firefight. I mean, they were racing each other clean, but it was close quarters, and it was a lot of fun to watch as well. Sounds like James Pike is cranked up again down there in Philip Moore's Victory Lane.
Yeah, 2 updates for you guys. The first, Landon Huffman coming in for service to try and get that left rear quarter panel pulled away from the wheel so it doesn't create a tire rub. I also was listening to Lee Pulliam's radio as he was working his way under Carlson. He says he needs a little bit more drive on the corner to try and go after these drivers. So that car maybe not quite exactly where he wants it to be, but again, long time for this car to adjust and for drivers to settle into this race.
Thanks, James. More great information there. I saw Jason Myers roll through the pits as well. We've got Mason Bailey with the top popped. His team is going to work on his machine. And Tyler Matthews, they are still working down there on Tyler Matthews' ride. Day might be done, but we'll keep our eyes on it.
Well, Tyler Matthews, while he was starting in the rear, he's had some great speed in that number 63. Finished in second here in his 6th race of the season. That was at the beginning of May. He finished second in a lap that he led 74 laps out of 75, but was passed on a final restart by Trevor Ward. So Matthews definitely had some long run speed in races previously. So we will not get to see if he can move up. Maybe we will, but he will be plenty laps down. So it's a hard one to swallow, Kyle.
It's got to be tough. Again, you put so much blood, sweat, and tears into just getting ready for the race, and then the dream gets snatched from you really early. This is caution number 2. We've got 21 laps in the books, 179 remain. We're here at South Boston Speedway for the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. A schedule adjustment. We moved things up. We had a rain shower that really did not last long. I think one of my friends in the Milam family said it felt like it rained 5 inches in 5 minutes. That's probably a little bit of an exaggeration, guys, but not much. It just rained hard for about maybe 2 or 3 minutes in there, and we got the track dry, and we're racing again here in the Hitachi Energy late model division. What about Caden Honeycutt, fellas? I mean, I think he has to really feel good about what he has done in the early portion of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been so strong every time that he's come out here with Tom Usry Racing these last couple of visits to South Boston Speedway, and kind of had a calm confidence about him when we talked to him in the midst of practice yesterday about what he thought he had in his race car. They've been down here for a couple of days. Again, one of the many teams that came down here and tested over the course of the last week or so intermittently trying to prepare for this race. But definitely has what he needs to try and get through this quick. You can see Zach Paragoy fortunately being towed away here in the opening laps of this race.
We saw this once before, Kyle, about a month ago with the 18 of Cameron Goebel having to be hooked up. It was a problem with the throttle for him. So whatever the problems are for Paragoy, not allowing that rear end to spin or be able to get the car into neutral, so they'll tow truck. That is a hard job as the reverse tow truck driver there.
Talk about skill, right? I'm looking through our field at some positive movers. Honeycutt's a +2, obviously. So is Sam Yarborough. He's gone from 6th to 4th, fellas. I think he's one that hasn't really caught our attention yet, but also hasn't done anything wrong. That's a real key to winning a long race. Just hang around and be there at the end.
As far as being there at the end, there are a couple of cars that we mentioned having to get repairs that are on the racetrack right now but are scored a lap down. Mason Bailey went 1 lap down getting his repairs. The same can be said for Chase Murphy in the 13 car, currently 1 lap down. Landon Huffman is scored 3 laps down. which, again, they have the opportunity, if this race keeps playing out like this, a couple more yellows, they get the lucky dog a couple times, they're right back on the lead lap and right back in this thing.
That, or even if you can just get back in the race at all, there could be other competitors that have race-ending damage that maybe you could surpass in total laps and pick up some positions. I think that's something that guys like Devin George, Riley Music, and Connor Jones teams are working on. You can see them working. We got the body panels off for the 25. Maybe he can get back in it, but we talked about it. Finishing positions are so important for the Virginia Triple Crown Championship in that it's decided by average finish, and you can't have an off race.
Interesting note here on this choose. Honeycutt takes the outside. Lewis chose second. He also took the outside. So these drivers already very early on putting a lot of faith in the higher side of the racetrack right now. That's going to allow Quapple to jump up to the front row.
Well, it's exactly how Quapple fell to third and Caden Honeycutt moved in front of him.
That's exactly right. And remember, choosing was so important in Honeycutt's win in that Crush 250. Fans don't know if you saw our great friend Ward Burton in pre-race ceremonies, but he announced that the Crush 250 would be back at South Boston Speedway in November. More on that. I got a big mover here. Tristan McKee is up to 28, fellas. He started 39th. I think plus 11 is the biggest move that I'm seeing right now. And you guys have mentioned it about that war of attrition. Look, if you don't have the best raw speed, you might have to win the war of attrition if you're going to get a race victory, and you got to outlast people. You have to be there at the end. The best way to do that is to be in front, but sometimes you can find a hole. You can find a safe pocket out there. You want to be encased in bubble wrap, but you do the best you can with your skills to avoid the trouble.
Well, and at the end of the night of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, our hard charger driver who moves forward the most positions will get a $500 bonus from Sparks Oil Company. So if you're starting in the rear, if you're starting towards the back, or maybe not even the back, but gain some positions because that's something that you want in your pocket.
No doubt about it. Field's still at impulse power, but we're ready for warp speed now as they get ready to enter the Empower Broadband restart zone. It's rip and run time again at South Boston Speedway. Honeycutt, the control car, and it looked like he got a good roll off there to get started coming out of turn 2 with some pace.
And Quapple going to try to pull alongside there. Landon Lewis, the number 29. Going to try to take advantage of that high lane choose, and he's going to do just that. Quapple slides up off the corner, gets into third, and Yarborough going to try to take advantage again. Ryan Millington, so impressive what he's done in that number 9 car. Had a venture with it that lasted about a year with Taylor Satterfield Racing over the course of the last year. He's back in a PRW house car, the chassis that he raced with his family-owned race team. And he struggled there with Satterfield. They parted ways, and here he is running top 5 in a Triple Crown race. It's a huge pickup for Millington and that team. He really needed a run like this.
Millington not been one to struggle here at South Boston Speedway. 4th last year in 2025 in the 19th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Running 4th now as he gets past the 95 of Sam Yarborough. On the move once again, Connor Hall. He's holding station, but working on the 5 of Carson Brown. That's the battle for 6th spot on track. Another side-by-side battle is the battle for 11th between Barnes and Howard. Actually, battle for 10th.
I really like that wheel-to-wheel right now with Connor Hall and the number 5 of Carson Brown. Those two guys are driving each other hard, but respectfully. It looks like Brown might have enough pace to clear him at some point, but it's not going to come easy. It's going to take multiple laps.
Oh, man, that was tight with Butterbean Queen. They were 3 wide. He got shoved into the wall. He checks up. I believe that was contact with Woody Howard in the black number 41 that was just up ahead of him.
And Lopez was close.
Again, we talk about big moves being made in key decisions, kind of negating the risk there and lifting out of that one. Smart move there for Queen. As you can see, there's just nowhere to rest back here. 2 by 2, almost 3 wide. The Fogelman was looking off the corner. It's hard to know exactly where to go, and I think we just have a lot of cars back here that are kind of trapped on the bottom of the racetrack. They want to try to move up, but top lane is clogged with race cars right now.
It's gridlock. All lights are red in NYC. That's what it feels like for these drivers. I've got nowhere to go. We got to move out of the way. Sellers is one of those. He's moved up a couple positions, but he's really been locked in 2 wide. He has not spent a single lap, single file. It's really, Kyle, right now about trying to get into those single file spots to where then you can pick and choose high and low. Ward, he's already +4.
That's exactly right. You have to try to get to your preferred groove as quickly as you can, and that's going to change as the race goes on. We are seeing multiple drivers use the high line, use the low line. Big wiggle for Butterbean coming out of turn 4. He's got Brandon Lopez with some heat on him. Chase Burrow in tow, and then side by side behind them with Andrew Grady. Good surge from Grady. That's Peyton Sellers now that's going to apply some pressure to the red number 1 of Andrew Grady. There is action all over the track. Kyle Dudley lost some spots there. He missed the kick coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I was about to call out that he had a problem there for a second, but it looks like he's continuing to roll in the right direction. So just a big moment that he had there that cost him a couple of spots off the corner. You can see the 26 of Sellers having a little bit of an issue, being a little bit loose off of turn number 4 is Connor Waddell, the youngster in that number 8 car. How impressive he has been here early at South Boston Speedway in 2026, taking it to the old veteran in Peyton Sellers right now.
It's the battle once again between him and Sellers, between seafood and beef. If you don't know, Connor Waddell, sponsored by plenty of marine life areas, and Clarence Steakhouse on the 26 of Peyton Sellers. They sell some beef, and many a times has Connor Waddell come out on top. He's moving forward. He's someone that's going to have a great long run. Sellers looking high 3 wide on Grady will back out.
And that's a 4-car South Boston group right there with Grady, Sellers, Waddell, and now Landon Pembleton has joined that party. Pembos looks like he has some speed, guys. He tried to look underneath Peyton Sellers. Pembleton is going to get below the yellow line again. I think Landon Pembleton has got his machine more hooked up, and he's going to try to march to the front.
Furthest forward, Sobo regular, Trevor Ward in the 77. He's up to 9th, working on Bumgardner for 8th, but you can see it's getting real dicey right here in our other Sobo pack that we aforementioned. 8 of Connor Waddell has gotten past Grady, so he's continuing to march forward. He's up to 15th now, gentlemen.
Yeah, Pembleton was running the bottom just behind Peyton Sellers, and again was kind of leaning into that quarter panel, trying to give him a little bit of space there. Oh, in fact, he's going to get into him, and it's going to spin involved in it. Brandon Pierce spins behind, and the caution is out yet again.
Lead Pulliam smoke billowing out from the hood, fluid on the floor. Andrew Grady hard into the outside wall. Oh, man.
Sellers has driven away. Brandon Pierce looks like he has sustained minimal, if any, damage. And Andrew Grady has taken the worst of this, but we can also say Lee Pulliam must have taken a big shot as the smoke was pouring out. Pulliam is now on the back straight pits. Our fans back there in the tailgate section are getting a good look at his damage, and now you are too, fans.
That's race ending right there.
Yeah, and you saw the smoke.
Ending.
Yeah, good thing to add the likely to that, boys, because, you know, oftentimes
you never know.
You never know. We've been fooled so many times in our broadcast careers, and, you know, I think we all want to file damage under minimal, major, and then terminal, right? We can at least say that's major damage bordering on terminal. We'll find out as things go on. It's going to be so tough to win the race if you go a few laps down. As you mentioned, though, Blake, lucky dog, free pass, that can change things slightly.
Well, again, I wonder, it just depends on if they're going to put this under red, because it looks like Andrew Grady's car put some fluids down. They're going to have to tow that away. So when does that yellow versus red condition come up? And again, that all kind of started, it was a couple of laps that Pembleton and Peyton Sellers were battling. They had made a little bit of contact, maybe a time or two, as Pembleton was kind of showing his nose to the inside of Sellers, and just another instance of contact between those two as we take another look at it. Just ahead of them, you can see Pembleton and Sellers make that contact. Pulliam is in the middle of 3 wide. Despite the fact that he's running next to the yellow line, nowhere for him to go.
Let me take y'all back to an incident in the middle of May.
Great job, Tate Fogelman.
Great job, Tate Fogelman. A little bit of a door into the 8, but let me take you back to May 15th between these two. Pembleton, as you see the wreck again, just, so hard for those. Pembleton was moved by Sellers many times in that race. Sellers gave it back to him on the last lap and really got him nearly wrecked in turn 1. It was so sideways that Pembleton felt like he was going to wreck, was able to hold on to it, but Kyle Sellers took the win. And as I quote, the beef between them, Pembleton quoted, "I'll keep it in the memory bank." Was that one of those moments where he keeps it in the bank?
It has been a storyline for us, that rivalry that seems to be growing between Landon Pembleton and Peyton Sellers. James Pike might have some more insights to share downstairs.
Andrew Grady looking at his car over in turn 2 up against the wall. Andrew, what did you feel from behind the wheel in that?
I got flat out run over. I was clear, and the next thing I know, somebody just pow drove me and we're in the fence. I don't know if it was the 0 or the 26, but I'm going to find out, and whichever one it was, we're going to have a conversation because that's bullshit. That's stupid.
A lot of people just fighting for track position, fighting for space. Early wrecks, byproduct of some of the racing here early.
That's the kind of passion, the aggression, and the intensity that racing can bring out. Have another look for yourselves, fans. Scott and I were talking about the growing rivalry between these two race car drivers, and you can see some contact on your FloRacing replay. Might have been a little wheel climb there as Sellers got pushed into Andrew Grady, and then the aftermath, Lee Pulliam there with a hard hit. Nice evasive action by Trey Cruz, Blake Stallings, and as previously mentioned, Tate Fogelman.
Well, and again, you feel for Andrew Grady right there because he's just in the high groove, and he was well in front of that, and obviously did nothing wrong. If anything, almost kept it out of the outside wall off at turn number 2, and unfortunate for him. You also saw the 9-car Millette. He got spun around. Tough deal.
Before we take a quick break, want to mention that Honeycutt will be the winner of Stage 1. Of course, we're not under caution for Stage 1. We don't take the cautions for that. We'll take our halfway break, but that is sponsored by Gutterworks. $250 to the halfway leader, or Stage 1 leader, sponsored by Gutterworks. But we will be right back. This is Sobo on Flow in the 20th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200.
I'm Jason DiCarlo.
Christian Armstead. Ross Mountcastle.
Chris Pinnicker. You're watching Sobo on Flow.
Slowed by our third caution of the afternoon. I guess we can kind of say afternoon, although it's almost 6 p.m., so we'll go ahead and say evening as well. Here at South Boston Speedway, race fans, we're back in just a minute. We're back right now. It's always a blast, and it's always fly by the seat of your pants. It is caution number 3 here in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 as you get a look at some of our great fans. We appreciate you tuning in. Let's dive in a little bit more to our most recent altercation. I mean, I think you got to preach, reflection and not reaction, but you heard the reaction from Andrew Grady. I think there's going to be a reaction from Peyton Sellers. It's a continuation of a rivalry. Part of what makes our sport so much fun, fellas, is those rivalries, and they can get heated.
Well, and I think the fans love those rivalries, and we'll get some quotes, we'll get some words, but we've seen it before, and it's now continuing to develop. You're surprised at a move like that so early by Pemberton. You might think that if that's something that's going to come, it's going to be later in the race, Blake, because we're already seeing this aggression up high. Sometimes it's either an incident will have everyone come and calm down, or the aggression only intensifies.
Well, and I think one thing that contributes to that is the unknown with what we've already seen with the weather today, and whether that influences where people think we're going to. Again, I don't have a radar in front of me. I don't know what may or may not be coming, but that's something that, we go another 50 laps or so, and, things don't go so well. That's the race. So I wonder if some of that patience that we would see just isn't going to be a part of how they're thinking anymore, depending on how that plays out. Also.
On that note, guys, I think if you are a savvy crew chief or driver, you're going to have somebody on your team checking that weather and saying, hey, let me know what you get out of that weather forecast.
And does that change the move that the 29 Atlanta Lewis made by letting the 17 go? I think the 17 looked faster there.
Yeah.
But do you fight it harder? Now does Honeycutt, if he's tried to challenge from Caden Quapple or Landon Lewis behind, or even Millington, do you fight it harder knowing that weather could be coming? We may not make it all 200 laps. Of course, we hope to make it all 200 laps. I think everyone does, but we have to accept the reality that weather could be inclement.
Back to you in a second, Blake, but you guys confirm this. I'm seeing Caden Honeycutt with the best lap time in the field. That makes sense to us. I mean, on the eye test,
he's the only one that's not stacked up, too.
Sure.
Who else is faster in this field that hasn't had a clean groove?
Yeah. No, I mean, and that's, again, this restart, because there may be some weather moving in. all of a sudden becomes even more critical. Not that they weren't critical to begin with, right, fellas? But all of a sudden, if you do have somebody on your team checking that radar telling you, ooh, we may need to go here. This thing may not go the full distance. All of a sudden, you may do something on this restart. You might be overly aggressive and take a shot.
It's a wonderful balance we get to see, and I think you talked about it earlier, dreams becoming a reality. I think if you're one of these drivers that has been involved in any of these wrecks and you can't go anymore, that's the Triple Crown. That's it.
Exactly.
There's no coming back from that, and only because we have seen that you have to have an average finish of second or third to win the Triple Crown with how competitive it has become over the last couple of years. And whether it's the last couple of weekends or even the months prior, something I'll ask a lot of these drivers, kind of what are your plans? What are you looking to do this year? And a lot of them will mention the Triple Crown, and it's always we'll see if we come back to Langley. We'll see how South Boston goes. Well,
yes.
Unfortunately, this is kind of one of those situations where if you're in something early, you might already be looking to Martinsville.
Let me give you a real quick stat on the worst Triple Crown averages. 6.3 is the worst. That's the worst of the Triple Crown winning averages. So, yes.
Sounds like a great average between 3 races.
Sure.
In any 3 races, but these aren't any 3 races. This is the Virginia Triple Crown Championship, and then they are at some of the most prestigious tracks in the country, especially when it comes to late model stock car racing. So you got to have a good run. I think the aggression might stay active.
Well, and what I love about that, too, is, so you think of all these champions we've had in the Triple Crown that are averaging their finish of 5th or 4th, 3rd even. That's in 3 entirely different styles of racetrack.
Right.
South Boston, Langley, a flat pancake that chews at the tires, and, of course, Martinsville, a half a mile, which I don't want to say it's a super speedway for these cars, but it's just a different animal for these late model stock cars. And to be that good across 3 different tracks really says something.
Yeah, and that's what's so fun about this 3-race series. This is the 13th running of the Virginia Triple Crown. It's the 20th edition of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. 1 to go here, boys, on another critical restart. It's our 3rd caution. Somehow I sense we might get another one, but again, you can't count on it, right, Scott? I mean, that's not a strategy if you're a driver.
The only one we can count on is that halfway break
good point.
At lap 100, where you'll get the opportunity to bolt on 2 sets of tires. So we see on the choose, Caden Honeycutt elects the outside again, then Landon Lewis, he'll take the top 2, so he goes back to row 2. That advances Caden Quapple back up to the front row. He is yet to have a restart or start off the front row. Through the Empowered Broadband restart zone they go. Let's kick it back in gear. Quapple holding strong on the bottom, but can he keep that momentum up on the bottom side? Look at Lewis. He's going to drive it deep, nearly in the rear bumper of the 17 of Honeycutt.
I like Landon Lewis on that restart. I really like that. Caden Honeycutt didn't do anything wrong, but Landon Lewis is getting the surge from that top side. Good drive from Sam Yarborough, holding on to 4th right now. There are cars, again, strung out all across the 4/10 of a mile oval, and we've still got plenty of side-by-side. They haven't gotten completely unpacked yet after our 3rd caution restart.
And that 95 of Yarborough, he's been close to being able to complete that pass on Millington. Each and every restart, he just gets a little bit further forward in trying to make that pass work on the bottom. So left-hand side of your screen, you see the top 5 battling. Right-hand side of your screen, you see it just a little bit further back behind Michael Bumgarner and that number 51. A couple of side-by-side battles going on there. Trevor Ward of the 77, Woody Howard in the car 41. And that's just to try and get inside the top 10.
Millington's working that high line there, Scott. Yarborough's actually going to drift up there with him. I think we're seeing some drivers find some pace up there.
Well, we mentioned the tightness on entry and the looseness on exit earlier today in practice. And if you're loose, you want to move up the high groove. If you're tight, you want to move down to change that effect. Now drivers just seeing that South Boston Speedway, usually the line is up high. You can make the bottom work, but you can just defend better from the top side. Look at this, Hall battling with Brown once again. I have a feeling, Blake, they're going to be around each other all day.
Yeah, that's going to be the case.
Look at Waddell.
Yeah, Connor Waddell jumping up to the outside of Lopez, who is going to give give him the space. Burrow thought about 3 wide there for just a moment. What I like to see is Michael Bumgarner. You can see all 4 tires in 3 and 4 beneath that yellow line separating the racing surface from the apron. But here at South Boston, there's racing room down there. Trevor Ward doing the same as that 51 car in 1 and 2. So looking for speed everywhere around this racetrack. And making it work. And again, that groove, as the years go on and the pavement continues to wear out, that groove in 3 and 4 gets a little bit lower. It's going to be cut off by the pit wall at some point. You can't run into the pit wall off of 4, but that's more available racing room as the years go on.
We see some drivers come dangerously close to that pit wall. Trevor Ward does not mind wrapping the paint as he's trying to get underneath the brown. Bumgarner has dropped back a little bit. No problems up front for Caden Honeycutt, by the way. Don't want to forget that he's the race leader. He is stroking right now. He has got a fine machine to work with and looks like the class of the field at the moment.
Trevor Ward slowly marching forward. He's looking to the inside of the 5 of Carson Brown. Started back in 13th for Ward, and now he's about to be up into 7th. He is doing such a great job. We've seen him plenty of times be able to move his way forward, Kyle. We saw one race earlier at the beginning of May. He was able to go from 9th after an invert all the way to the lead to pick up his 2nd win of the season.
So impressive the way he can stick and move, the way he can bob and weave. He can throw jabs, he can dodge punches. A complete race car driver.
Driver on his outside, the 5. He just has so much talent. 17 years old for the 5 of Carson Brown. This is actually his 3rd race this week. He raced in the ASA Stars Tour up in Wisconsin earlier this week. He raced at Slinger where he won, and then at Madison International Speedway where he finished 2nd to Kyle Steckley. It's a kid who's really good in the super late model, but he's been figuring out this late model stock, and Blake, he's getting better and better and better with every run.
Yeah, he is, as Trevor Ward goes on by. Really like the move of that 77 and how he's able to pass. We also haven't really mentioned this driver. How about Connor Hall, who is, he qualified just inside the top 10, has made up a couple of positions since the drop of the green flag. He's trying to battle with Sam Yarborough as James Pike standing by with Lee Pulliam.
Lee Pulliam out early of this Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Lee, what went wrong going into 1 and 2?
I didn't really get to see. The 26 got into somebody, and all I saw him was him spinning down the racetrack. I tried to turn it left as hard as I could, but just not able to quite miss him. But this sucks for everybody on the Junior Motorsports 8 NASCAR Chevy, Channel Chevy. It's a shame. I mean, I felt like our long run stuff had been good all weekend. We struggled with short run speed, and just was looking forward to 200 laps, but hate it, but we'll just be better when we go to Langley.
A lot of strength in this car, not a lot of opportunity to show today for Lee.
That's the end of the day for Lee Pulliam, but what a battle we have seen, not only with what you've seen on screen, but even further back. Chase Burrow, Blake Stallings, Landon Pimbleton, who continues to march to the front, have been going at it pretty hard, as well as Trevor Ward, who's made up some ground and caught Yarborough to try to get into the top 6.
Really impressed with what Trevor Ward is doing as well. Ward is on the inside of Chase Burrow's left hip. They're chasing Pimbleton and Blake Stallings. 75 laps in the books here, fans. 125 to go. That means we're 25 away from the halfway break. Scott, who you got your eyes on? I mean, you need like 20 sets of eyes to follow all the action, but who you seeing right now?
I'm looking tightly at that pack. I'm still looking at Connor Waddell. He's been able to move forward. He's kind of been halted right here in the 14th position behind the 03 of Brendan Queen by Michael Bumgarner holding station, but I do see the 5 of Carson Brown as well, just falling slowly and slowly through the field, wondering if they need big adjustments at the halfway break.
Speaking of that break, it's coming up, but also what is coming up for Caden Honeycutt is a bunch of lap traffic who are going to fight tooth and nail to try to stay on that lead lap. 23 to go until we get to that halfway break. So you know that they're not going to make it easy on Honeycutt, and just been really impressed with some of these cars. Connor Hall able to complete that pass to get up into 5th.
Landon Lewis had a better last lap time than Caden Honeycutt. I think that's because Honeycutt was setting up how he wanted to pass.
Oh, I mean, almost 4 wide there for just a moment.
Well, you said, and you talked about lap traffic fighting hard. Of the 57 of Huffman won't fight too hard. Already 2 laps down. We'll see a bit of tougher fights from those drivers that are still remaining on the lead lap. Next driver up would be the 57 of Chase Johnson. He's multiple laps down already, though. But look at this, right side of your screen. It is an absolute skirmish, 20th on back.
Yeah, cars in that group include Kyle Dudley. They're mired in the midfield, but they are really working hard. You've got Fogelman in there as well. That's Fogelman in the white number 8, Dudley in the red number 4, Lofton giving chase, and they are joined by some other tough customers.
You can almost see a 5 wide accordion there. Everybody looking for a little bit of clean air, looking for somewhere else to run. Dudley, he's tried to build up a run off of 2. He's just had that 20 car of Carson Lofton to his inside. Oftentimes when he tries to make a move again, that's the battle for 19th behind Tate Fogelman. Left-hand side of your screen, Trevor Ward up into 5th, gets by that 95 of Yarborough. And I really got to say, Trevor Ward, it's something when you're able to pull up to a car at South Boston. It's another when you're able to pass, especially on the bottom. That 77 car is turning very well. Looks really smooth on the bottom of the racetrack right now.
I think we all mentioned it. He just needed some territory. He needed some racetrack to move around on. A little bit of clean air is helping Trevor Ward. Now the cream is rising to the top for Trevor Ward. Scott, let me get your point on something Blake just said about building a run. It's so hard to build a run because you're getting heat from behind. You can't exactly cool your tires that long to try to set up a pass when somebody's trying to set up on you.
Exactly. You need to be able to focus your mindset all out the windshield. So when you're someone like this, when you're Kyle Dudley running here behind Tate Fogelman with Carson Lofton challenging on your inside, it's not just an offensive or defensive battle.
We got one
it's
slow.
one at the
It's
same
Ryan
time.
Millington.
Millington off the pace from 4th position. He was just running in front of the 77 of Trevor Ward, and that PRW chassis number 9 will pull into pit lane. He was running so well. I thought I saw earlier about 30 laps before our second caution of the day. He lost power for a moment in turn 3, picked it up really quickly. Was wondering if it was one of those moments just where you get a little bit slow, Blake, but obviously there might have been trouble as Tate Fogelman. He's getting sideways.
It's going to put him behind the wall and out of this race under green. Fogelman will continue to soldier on, and in fact, he's going to fall into the clutches of your race leader, in Caden Honeycutt, who just squeezes on by. And, well, by the way, that's Ronnie Bassett Jr. right there that just went a lap down for Nelson.
How fearless was that for Honeycutt?
Oh, that was a big move. And look at the next 2 cars in front of Honeycutt to be lapped. Two-time champions of this race, Peyton Sellers and Bobby Mack.
Absolutely incredible what Honeycutt is doing. You know, the field is really getting stacked and packed again because of this lap traffic. Normally patience is a virtue. Honeycutt ain't fooling around with that, guys. He wants to get by these lappers as quickly as he can.
Well, and when you put him a lap down, obviously we'll have the free pass at a caution, but the more you put down, the harder it is for them to be able to maybe battle with you. Or, you know, you're taking people out of your ground.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I think with Honeycutt, he's got the advantage of having a pretty big lead over Landon Lewis in second, so he can really dictate terms. I mean, he can take on these lappers quickly if he wants, or he can wait and set up those passes a bit.
I think you try to put as much of your competition in your rearview mirror as you can. If you're Caden Honeycutt right now, who's lapped up to 24th position right now, so just 23 cars on the lead lap. And as much as I'm sure those lap cars, they want to fight Caden Honeycutt, he's just proving to be too quick right now.
I think he's got the best machine in the field, fellas. And strategy does not always equal patience. Sometimes strategy is aggression, knowing when to be aggressive. We've seen Honeycutt know when to push those buttons, know when to stomp the floor a little bit. And we've seen some other drivers do well with that, including Trevor Ward, who's got himself in the top 5. That's a pretty healthy looking top 5.
Oh, trouble into turn 1 car up into the outside wall. It is Donovan Strauss and Tate Fogelman.
Turn 1.
A huge hit.
And Fogelman, that was after.
Yeah.
After the spin for the 51 of Strauss. So that was a whole separate incident. Fogelman, we saw him running just inside the top 20 in 19th spot, but that is day-ending damage after a great run in 2025, finishing 6th.
We talked about all of our Craftsman Truck Series competitors. Tate Fogelman is a former winner at Talladega, and he took a hard hit entry, turn 1. And now we got to try to find out, was that separate incidents? That was definitely a weirder one.
Not often that you see two cars interact in two different corners. You never know what could have happened between those two, but saw fans, I mean, they were rising up, Blake. Saw plenty of people pointing at Fogelman as he was going into the corner on the entry of turn 1. We are nearing that halfway break, just 104 laps to go. These have clicked off quickly.
Yeah, and I would imagine we'll take the next 3 or 4 laps under yellow and basically work our way to that halfway break. As, again, Strauss had been sitting at the top of turn 2 for just a moment prior. You could see the damage he has impact as he backs into the wall. And then, yeah, Fogelman, after the fact.
A bigger incident.
Yeah, a huge impact into the outside wall in turn 1.
So Strauss in the 51 will pull, try to get some help from his crew. This was his Thunder Road Harley-Davidson debut. He's run in a Triple Crown race before, made his Valley Star Credit Union 300 debut one year ago. It was 19th for him, so finished in the top 20 in the best late model stock car field in the country. So it's not like he doesn't have the talent behind the wheel, but that 51 obviously having problems in turn 2. And Donovan Strauss is young. Born in 2005, he's got a lot of room to run. He'll actually be able to start at North Wilkesboro with Nice Motorsports in a couple weeks' time. So he's got things ahead of him, but it's very disappointing when you have this go wrong. Same for Tate Fogelman, a Craftsman Truck Series winner.
Yeah, and you want to learn from these things if you're a young driver, even if you're a middle-aged or an older driver. But sometimes you just don't know what you can learn from a situation like that if you're Donovan Strauss. You just kind of chalk it up to bad luck, and there's got to be some frustration. Let's see, there's Tate Fogelman at the end of that replay. Still really a mystery as far as what happened.
Okay, so it looked like Mason Bailey and Donovan Strauss. There's the contact, the initial contact that gets Strauss all out of sorts. He backs it into the fence. And then well after, I mean, that may have been contact. Who was that? Maybe Jason Myers?
We'll have to get another look.
Looking at that car, it looks like Fogelman, I think, I don't think he could see at that point that Strauss was in turn 2 because the pit wall's blocking him. So I'm sure he heard on the radio, hey, we got a car in the wall, turn 2. He starts to check up.
And maybe the driver behind didn't.
And just the message wasn't delivered as quickly to the driver behind him.
Well, and for that, he was already against the outside wall. As you're entering turn 1, you're arcing down into the corner. So luckily it wasn't a hit from the bottom groove and slamming up into the outside wall, Blake. But you're definitely glad to see a driver, even after an impact like that, climb out of the car under their own power. It was a stack up way.
No, so
there was contact.
Yeah, there was contact, but it was into the side. It was into the right rear quarter panel. So Fogelman may have been struggling here. So he comes down off the wall just a little bit. And yeah, when he's venturing down, he hits the right rear quarter of the other 9 car in our field, Aiden Millette, ventures into the outside wall and turns that car head on into the wall.
It's just a bad touch, Kyle. I mean, it looked so small, but yet it can just get you out of place.
Well, it is wild, too, because we've seen bigger touches. We've seen bigger body blows not knock a car off stride. That one did. I do wonder, back to your point, Blake, if Spotter was talking about what was going on in turn 1 and 2, and that had a factor in how both of those drivers reacted to things. It is milliseconds, and it is quick reaction, and you don't always get those reactions right.
A reminder, under caution for the incidents for Donovan Strauss and then Tate Fogelman following in after the contact with the 9 of Aiden Millette. This is going to become the caution now for the halfway break. So at a point, drivers will be able to come down pit road and take service. So we'll give another award to Caden Honeycutt. He'll get your Sparks Oil Company halfway leader. So that's $750 in his pocket already tonight. So he's already living it up. We're going to take a quick step aside, but friends, family, fans, don't go anywhere. This is the 20th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 Sobo on Flow.
Nathan Cruz, Justin Dawson, Bobby McCarty. You're watching Sobo on Flow.
We're always on time here at South Boston Speedway. We have reached the halfway mark of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. There is a flurry of activity down in the pits, and we've got a cavalcade of stars to talk about. Let's start with your halfway leader, race fans. Caden Honeycutt, he has not done anything wrong that I can see, guys.
Not anything in the slightest for him. It just took the lead very early when those first opening laps, and really it was Rover move on over for him, and the 29 of Lewis just kind of let him by. I wonder, Blake, if that's maybe a regret now.
I wonder, but we'll see as these shots are quite incredible. It looks like a track meet just about
yeah,
where everybody's lining up on the pit line where the stalls separate from the cars just to get ready and try and make some adjustments. Again, once that clock starts, the work begins. You can see a number of drivers climbing out, and there they go.
Horn has been blown immediately teams to cars.
Let's talk about the rules on this again. It's a 10-minute work session. You get 2 fresh tires. You can go Packers in or out, spring rubber in or out, track bar adjustment, cross weight adjustment, add some fuel as well. Everything else has got to be approved by our officials. And if you keep your eyes peeled down there, fans, you'll see team members every now and then flag down an official and yell at somebody, say, hey, come over here. We got to change this. We got to fix that. But that's part of the deal here in this race. James Pike will have more information on the deal.
The halfway break is started. Caden Honeycutt's going to get the bonus, but as he's chopping down on some watermelon, he got an ice pack in his system. This looks like a little bit easier halfway break to manage than some prior Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200s. Does it feel that way for you right now?
I don't know, Pike. This thing's hot. The 24 race that we last ran, I was about looking like this too. Just man, it's hot. It's just so humid out there, and it's so mentally tough to race around the racetrack. That's why I love it, man. Just yeah, great race car so far. I can't thank my top most racing guys enough. I think no matter how this halfway goes, the rest of the half, I'm just super proud of the effort. Thanks to Forrest and all my race guys, man. Just Kenneth, Joe, Josh, Luke, Justin for coming aboard. Just all of our partners too. Winsight Development, Charlie Long Racing Engines, Fayetteville Heat and Air, 5-Star Bodies, Hellraiser Jacks, everyone that helps us on this deal, man. It's been good. So. Well, and also Butler Built for keeping me safe in there. Right now I'm a little hot. My butt was actually burning, so I'm going to jump down on this watermelon. Thanks to my buddy Ross Chastain for shout out him. But yeah, we're going to go with the rest 100 laps to see if we can close it out, man.
Car feel good?
I think so. We're going to work on it a little bit. We have from fresh right sides. It's just going to throw the handling off a little bit, but I trust my guys 100% to go make the right change and see if we can go finish it off.
He's been in this position before. He'll have an opportunity to get after it again as he gets the Sparks Oil Company halfway leader bonus check as well. Caden Honeycutt going to try and bring Tom Usry Racing into Philip Morris victory lane in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200.
I think he made a great point there about taking 2 sets of tires and that it will change the balance. Not something that we've gotten to talk about yet in just taking 2 tires, that it will change things. I'm not an analyst any myself, so I don't know what it will change, but obviously you have to counteract some of that in your setup, Blake.
Yeah, you do. It's something that, again, and this is where the race is going to be won. I know Honeycutt, he's feeling pretty good. He's done everything right. His team has done everything right, giving him a great car. But it's, like he said, making sure you get those right side tires on, hoping that everything stays the same handling-wise, and also kind of looking forward to the lights going on. In fact, the lights just did cut on a couple moments ago.
Did you turn them on?
Yeah, I guess so. So we'll see how that goes for him. But another driver looking to improve a couple of spots, Caden Quapple's trying to catch Caden Honeycutt.
Battle of the Cadens up front, and Quapple has conveniently found a crew fan to work with here to try and cool himself off. So Honeycutt with the watermelon and ice, you with the fan here. How's this thing feel? Does it help? Is it that hot out there?
It's pretty hot, yeah. My driver fan quit working at the beginning of the race too, so with all those red flags, that kind of sucks too. You don't really get to cool down, but yeah, we have a pretty good car. Just been fighting a little too loose all race from the start of it too. So tightening up here, putting tires on the right side. Hopefully we get the adjustments right and we can contend with Honeycutt. He seems like he's the class of the field right now. Me and the rest of them seem like they're all pretty close, and he's gone. So hopefully we get the adjustments good here and we have a car to win at the end.
How much of it is adjustments? How much of it is driver adjustments, especially with the changing weather conditions?
Yeah, I feel like the track's changing a little bit right now too, starting to open up a little bit, moving around. So I feel like it's going to be part on me just to find out what line works best for our car. And really, we didn't make huge adjustments. We're just working on a little bit on it. don't want to go too far. If you're too tight here, I feel like it's going to really kill it. So we need to at least be on the free side a little, but right now we're a little too far. So just going to do a little minor adjustment, and hopefully it pays off.
And worth noting that the clouds have started to come back over South Boston as well, so that will lower the temperatures and tighten up the racetrack too, giving more credence to the point that Caden Quapple just made.
Thanks, JP. It's always nice for a broadcaster's ego when you hear a driver agree with you. Two things that we have been saying a lot, fellas. Quapple just mentioned, Honeycutt looks like he's the class of the field. Two, does look like the racetrack is getting wider. There's more room to move around, should be more room to pass. 2 new tires should help, but everybody's getting those 2 new tires. So, James Pike, what else you got?
I've got Connor Hall here, so I see the officials getting the 5-minute indicator left on this break, so we're halfway through this halfway break. Connor Hall, you've been top 5 all in this race. You said your car was pretty close earlier today in the first half of this race. Is it as good as you think? Do you need a little bit more? Where does it sit right now?
I mean, I think we need just a touch bit more. We've been a little bit too free, but that's kind of always been my MO here, unfortunately. So we made a little track bar adjustment and see what some tires and fuel have to offer for us.
How has it been, especially up at the front? There's been a lot of battling in the back, but you guys up at the top 5 have been able to spread out a little bit. Has that helped you sort of manage, conserve this? Is that sort of what you were looking for in this first half?
I mean, it definitely makes it easier to kind of like run around the track a lot. Like I feel like I've been one of the few that are like way on the bottom and then trying to go way, I'm just trying to move around and kind of see what my car had to offer, and just kind of using that before the halfway break to kind of be able to see what I need, top or bottom.
The bid for 3 in a row still alive and well for Connor Hall and the guys at Nelson Motorsports.
Connor Hall trying to accomplish that. The one thing, though, that I've seen on the looks of all of those drivers that James Pike just talked to, and again, I think it's something that, especially when we talk about the Triple Crown and the fact that 2 of these races are run in the summer, they don't call it the Hampton Heat for nothing, is how physically straining it is to drive these late model stock cars. And again, this isn't, the next gen cars at the NASCAR level have done a great job at kind of giving more comfort to the driver. A lot of them wear cool suits. They don't have that in late model stock cars, and these cars heat up a lot, and especially when we're under yellow a lot and you're not getting a lot of air inside that car, it is incredibly hot. I've heard of drivers even as recently as a couple weeks ago having, second-degree burns on their feet after a race because the cars inside can get hot and they can have some issues. So, again, we're only 100 laps in, and some of those drivers looked absolutely physically drained. And guess what? They got to go back and do it again.
Yeah, and it's only 82 out right now. We've seen races here much, much hotter than that.
But it is humid.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Humidity is around 75%, so it feels more like 89 down there. Combine that with being inside, doing the hard work. It is so physically demanding. I think it was Ned Jarrett that said he thought South Boston worked on his neck worse than any racetrack out there. And we've said it feels like you're always turning, so that makes sense. Even Nathan Cruz earlier this year, he said, when I ran the high line, I didn't realize how much it took out of my body to just wrestle that race car around up there.
Well, you think about a lot of these guys, they're like holding their breath in there, and they're doing that all the way through the corner, and it's especially strenuous, Scott, when you have these high grip places where it's not like Langley where, you're not even going full throttle down the straightaway and you're kind of easing the car around. I mean, here you're ripping, and it wears on you so much.
Well, and Peyton Sellers, again, mentioned it yesterday, talking about that you're going to be fighting all day. There's going to be no riding. Like, we'll see a totally different story when you go over to Langley about that riding. You do not do that here, especially in this race, and the laps clicking off so quickly, Kyle. They talk about this being a young man's game. That's why it's impressive when guys like Woody Howard or Peyton Sellers can do what they do.
No doubt about it, and we talk about the physical toll, but the mental toll is there because you just don't get to breathe. You don't get any time to relax. Your spotter's always in your ear telling you you got somebody coming up, and I think you know what it's like when you have a mentally demanding task. Let's say it's a tough test or something in school. That makes you feel physically tired after the fact, too.
Well, and I think what's worse is when you're in it, you're not thinking about it.
Sure.
When you're in it, you're just so focused on everything that's going on. This is the worst part because when you get out, you get to take the suit off for a second. You get to eat a watermelon like Caden was, or perhaps maybe you get a little restroom break. then you have to go back in. That's when it's the worst.
And it's really only 6 minutes. And we talk about being the 10-minute break, but it's really only 6 minutes because you got to take some time to get out of the car and then belt back in and strap up into the car. So it's really only just a couple of minutes they really get to get out. I liked what Caden Quapple was doing with the big fan. I'm a watermelon fan. I like some watermelon, but I would have chosen the fan.
Well, you got to love a good Ross Chastain reference in there. But
you do.
How about the crew members? Because it's not often at our level that a crew member is put under this kind of fire where you've got to perform. Hopefully you don't get yelled at for dropping a wrench or anything like that, but there's some pressure on those team members down there.
You better complete that 10-minute pit stop in time. I think it's enough time.
Yeah, these guys, they're used to these quick turnovers, whether it's a practice session or so where they're coming in, making a change and going right back out before the end of it, stuff like that. These crews, they do a really good job at being efficient with the work that they do.
So, drivers all strapped back in their vehicles, teams doing last-minute things as the clock is winding down. See Woody Howard's crew tapping it on the hood, saying, go get them. Woody Howard, he's done a good job just outside of the top 10 for Howard, but he's moved forward just a little bit. Connor Waddell, Tristan McKee, two of our youngest competitors and two of our biggest movers.
Very impressed. I'll go back to Woody Howard for a second. He did something similar last year, boys. He started 19th, fell back to 22nd, ends up finishing P9, worked his way up there as well. He is really a guy that knows his way around South Boston Speedway. He's got 7 wins at this ballpark, but they go back to 2004 when he did it. He hasn't forgotten how to drive, though. I expect big things in half number 2 from a driver like Woody Howard.
I think the exact same thing. It's interesting, his starts in this race. Obviously made that start last year, and starting here this year, we wouldn't be talking about him at this moment. His other 2 starts, 2009 and 2018. Yeah. So it's really spread out for him. But then you talk about Langley. You talk about the Hampton Heat 200. He's got 1 win, same year in that 2009 category, and he's got 10 starts. 3 of them top 5s, 5 of them top 10s. He's a Langley regular, so he obviously knows how to get it done there. Blake, that's one of the important things. You got to be able to do well at the other track just to be able to make up for the track that you're good at.
And speaking of doing well, a couple of drivers that I got my eye on towards the second half of the race, it's a couple of those that are just outside of the top 10. Blake Stallings, who made a lot of early progress in the second half of this race. Landon Pimbleton, he's another one that kind of stuck out. He started towards the rear of the field, and I think it says a lot. Yes, we've had a little bit of attrition, and you've made up spots naturally, but the ability to get your car from 32nd to a 12th or a 14th, and the amount that takes out of it, you actually have to have a ton of speed because of how much battling you're doing back there. So really curious to see if, like what we've seen with Connor Hall, Trevor Ward, who I would kind of put in the same category, they just had much better track position to start this race. Can any of those guys outside of the top 10, did they get a little bit of that, of what they needed over the course of this break to try and go and challenge here for the final 99 laps?
We heard even from race leader Caden Honeycutt, we're going to tweak some things. I wonder if you're outside that top 10, though, fellas, if you would be tempted to make a big swing, try something drastically different. Scott, I'll say it, big swings, a lot of times they result in home runs. Sometimes they result in strikeouts, too. But if you feel like that's your only move to make, why not try something there at the halfway stage break?
It's your only chance. It's your only opportunity. So you're going to take it. And if it works the wrong way, you said, well, darn, I tried. I think it's that B.J. Reeves mentality. I'd rather finish 7th than finish 2nd. Obviously, the field a bit stretched here. It's more going to be about finishing 2nd or maybe 21st.
And especially if you consider the Triple Crown goals. If the Triple Crown goal is a big part of your program and a big part of your battle plan coming in, that's going to affect your strategy there as well.
Maybe you're conservative in that matter, but if you're just planning on running the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, or just thinking, if this race goes well, then I'll go over to the Hampton Heat 200, then that's probably when you take those big swings. Landon Pimbleton, I'd be surprised if he didn't take a decent swing at it. Back outside of the top 15 for Pimbleton, not on the move, kind of similarly as to what it was 2 weeks ago for him before he had the failure with the seal.
I'm thinking about failures and the strange things we have seen that could go wrong in a race car, but I'm going to move away from that. I don't want to end up jinxing anybody. That was probably bad to even.
I was even close to the line there.
I'm so glad that we are rolling again, and they're making music not up to full song yet, but the harmonic balance is going to be incredible when these cars start roaring again.
We are going to hear some excellent sounds. So I really think about picking and choosing. At what point does Landon Lewis maybe think about taking the front row, trying to take the battle to Honeycutt? It hasn't worked out for Quapple, so yeah. I don't think it's now, but I do start to think about that, because if we do see more cautions, with the cautions counting, we could quickly get to lap 200.
Well, and I think if you're somebody like a Connor Hall, who we heard from earlier in that break, and even Trevor Ward and what he was able to do that last run, Connor made a great point about using that first run. I didn't want to just run fast. I wanted to find out where my car was weak, if I could run the bottom, if I could run the middle or run the top side of the track, and figure out kind of where my car works best. I think that's a great mentality to have, but two, I think it makes it easier when you're looking at these late race situations and you're wanting to go to the bottom to maybe gain that row on everybody. Really curious to see what Trevor Ward chooses here in that 77 car. He rolled the bottom so well that last run, and he does it right here.
I was going to say, I can't say I'm too surprised at all. On April 4th, Kyle, it was a restart choose for the 77 that allowed Sellers to take the top line. Sellers took the lead. Ward was never able to get back past him, so he's had problems in the choose on restarts, and I think he's probably thought about that many times, especially coming into a race such as this.
If you think back to the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 in 2024, there was a notable restart drama late between Connor Hall and Trevor Ward in that one. Another one that Trevor Ward felt like he let slip through his fingers. You have a feeling that if Ward gets a chance in this one, he's not going to let it go easily. He's going to fight for every ounce and every inch of it.
At the same time, still has to think about the championship.
No doubt. There you go.
So
a lot going on in a driver's head.
We've talked about aggression many times for Trevor Ward, and sometimes maybe he might not be aggressive enough. You can't get too aggressive on a night like tonight, though, because he's thinking about that championship. Only the second time in his life he's been able to run to a championship, and he lost it by 2 points last season. He wants to prove, hey, I am a champion. I want to be a champion.
Aggression has to be calculated, Blake. It has to have a reason.
That it does. Caution is out, lights are off on the pace car here at South Boston Speedway. It has been all Caden Honeycutt through the first half of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Does someone else emerge, or is it more of the same here at South Boston? Honeycutt, Quapple, into the restart zone, green flag, back out.
Still a really good grouping of cars that is left after the halfway stage. We have had some attrition, but there are major heavyweights on the racetrack. None hitting harder right now than Caden Honeycutt as he crosses the stripe as your race leader. One more time with Landon Lewis in tow, little side-by-side. Behind them with Quapple and Connor Hall. Hall on the outside, Quapple inside. 2x2 behind them. Trevor Ward working hard to get underneath on the low line.
Trevor Ward working hard, but look at Carson Brown on the outside, trying to get to that outside quarter of the 77 of Ward, and he has. So Brown, a driver we saw falling back quickly, he was back in 8th. Now he's up here. He's starting to maybe make a march forward. Is that short run speed, or did they just make the car that much better?
It looks like Hall got clear at the 88, the car that he used to drive a year ago. Meanwhile, Trevor Ward, we've seen him rolling the bottom all night long. He tried to do just that on the 88 at Caden Quapple. They nearly touch. And is he going to try to set up a battle, or does he have to watch that Carson Brown machine behind him who's going to try to make a move?
I'm going to say both right here, Blake. I think Trevor Ward might have enough speed to clear Quapple at some point, but Brown is coming. The rest of the field is trying to hunt them down as well. They're all still chasing race.
Oh, Quapple got it into the wall off of turn 4. It looked like a little scrape. Was that enough for Trevor Ward to try to get by?
Oh, and look how high Quapple is going.
Oh,
Watch here in
contact.
3 and 4 how high Quapple's moving up this racetrack. Not as high that time, but Ward, he can wrap the bottom like nobody else. It's where he's made his hay his entire career at South Boston Speedway. Hall knows it, and he's blocking it for third.
Smoke from Connor Waddell. Smoke showing on the back straightaway. Connor Waddell is slowed down. He's going to try to tuck the inside wall.
Oh, man, that's close.
Yeah, it is. He's getting out of everybody's way. Good drive there from young Connor Waddell. No, he didn't want to have to do that, but something broke loose there, and he's coming down pit road.
And Trevor Ward was just about a corner away from trying to make that move, and so impressive. You can see right where that rubber is laid down on the apron. He is able to put those left side tires right down on it. A couple times you think he's almost going to swerve into the inside pit wall. As you can see, Connor Waddell and the attention that his crew is taking right now to try to fix that 8 car.
Keep an eye on Landon Pembleton here, gentlemen. P8 right now. He is moving in the right direction. We've talked about Trevor Ward knowing the racetrack, knowing what's going to happen on a long run. Feels like Landon Pembleton has that same knowledge, and he has executed in a long race here at South Boston Speedway, too.
Look at Doug Barnes Jr. as well, moving up. We haven't talked about him at all really today, and he's in a great spot, in 7th spot. Caden Quapple falling back after the battle with Ward. Hall was able to get in front of him as well. So Quapple back in 5th, and it is a absolute dogfight near the outside of the top 20.
Butterbean's in trouble. Brendan Queen is slow down on the inside wall. I think he's going to stay out. He is going to stay out and hopefully get back up to full speed, but he went the wrong direction there in that last lap.
White on the tires, you got to think maybe he hit the wall. Seen that before 2 weeks ago at Dominion. Blake, it's what really ended his day, even though he was able to rebound, took him out of the fight for the win, so he is severely off the pace now.
That is tough for Brendan Queen. Right-hand side of your screen, it looks like he's going to keep rolling right now, but ailing right now in that 03 Lee Pulliam Performance number 03. And left-hand side of your screen, Michael Bumgarner trying to make up a spot.
Whoa, and he was going way up high. Stallings was looking inside, but look at this. Trevor Ward absolutely on the move. Fans are waving him through. He's looking inside of Landon Lewis. Trevor Ward, if he was to win today, he would surpass his dad in career wins at South Boston Speedway, and it's something he'd be very emotional about.
Lewis way up high. Don't know if that was by choice or by necessity. Didn't lose a lot of speed, but it looks like Trevor Ward, his tenacity, his gumption's going to get him by Landon Lewis here eventually. How long will it take Trevor Ward to get to your race leader? Caden Quapple, yeah, Ward did execute the pass. He'll slip into 2nd place, and now he's going to try to throw a bullseye on the back bumper of your race leader, Caden Honeycutt.
As they drive away, this has been a battle that's been going on the last 7 or 8 laps between the 22 Nelson Motorsports entry of Connor Hall and the 88 of Caden Quapple. Hall finally able to get by, but there was a lot of contact between the two. Again, got confused. Again, this is Connor Hall drove both of these cars.
Yep.
By the way, battle behind them was for Brown and Barnes. Barnes drove that 5 car. What was the 5 car? It was branded a little bit differently, but a Lee Pulliam Performance car. And you mentioned him, Landon Pembleton also marching through. He's up into the top 7, looking for 6th right now on Carson Brown.
Yeah, Pembleton's coming, guys. A note on Connor Hall. He was stuck on that outer orbit for a while, and I think maybe he found some speed up there, as you do see Hall again on the outside, Quapple on the inside. So the more I see that, the more it makes me think that's intentional by Connor Hall. He's got some pace out there. Now the line is a little bit lower since he has cleared Caden Quapple. What a top 5 this is, and the top 10 is really, really juicy with Landon Pembleton marching towards the front.
Last time by, Trevor Ward, fastest car on track, so he's up to 2nd, and he will be closing on the 17 of Honeycutt. Watching along with Bumgarner and Stallings, this the fight for the last spot in the top 10. Blake, you mentioned how Blake Stallings was moving forward, starting in 19th, and he's nearly up into the top 10.
Yeah, he restarted in 12th, and making a little bit of progress since we put him back under green. It's been about 22 laps. This run has run along without incident so far. You really see that inside groove starting to work in. It's not just Trevor Ward. He's making the most speed down there, but a lot of drivers kind of lining up that car to try to take the inside wall almost around 1 and 2 as there's Honeycutt much earlier in approaching lap traffic than he did last run. Let's see if Ward can take advantage of what's going on in front of Honeycutt, where they're side by side making some contact here between Myers and Johnson. This may slow up Honeycutt a little bit.
Man, look at him go. Look at him just dodge and weave and find spaces in there. Zigzagging through the field is Caden Honeycutt. Trevor Ward is still trying to get to him. Nice moves again by Caden Honeycutt. What a driver. I mean, he is a racer with a capital R, guys. He is just so good. You see it in all areas of his game.
Another driver to mention, Andrew Grady, is back on track, many laps down, but Grady back on track. So it shows that even with the incidents, you can get back. Maybe Connor Waddell could get back in the game, or any other drivers.
And for Grady, that's big for the Triple Crown points. Also big for our points here at South Boston Speedway regular championship that he is vying for.
Again, he is 59 laps down, but is continuing to soldier on as Honeycutt. I would say, not that he got lucky, but the way he was able to get around that lap traffic quickly, it could have been a lot worse. And he has been able to make quick work. Pembleton is already caught up to the top 5 as he looks to the bottom of the number 88 Junior Motorsports Cherokee Boys Chevrolet. And Pembleton continuing his drive through the field, very reminiscent of what we saw from Connor Hall a couple of years ago, driving from the back to the front. And Pembleton doing just that right now. In fact, he'll set his sights on that 22 of Connor Hall just in front of him.
70 laps to go now as Caden Honeycutt crosses this stripe, your race leader one more time. This is closing in on our longest green flag run. After caution number 3, we had about 40 laps or so of green flag racing. So guys, we're going to learn something new about these race cars here. We are learning immediately that Landon Pembleton is really good on the long runs. So is Trevor Ward. But Caden Honeycutt, he seems to be good on any kind of a run.
And Ward is losing time a little bit. He lost about half a second here once the 17 and himself met that lap traffic. So Honeycutt able to do it better right now. So he's able to increase the gap to second place with Trevor Ward. But again, it could all change if we get a caution to the end, or we could run the 100-lap screen because there are no more scheduled cautions.
Left side of your screen, there's Pembleton and Connor Hall. We just talked about Pembleton setting his sights on that 22 car, and he has already arrived on the scene. And we have seen all these cars right now that are moving forward. They're doing it on the bottom right now. There's hardly anybody who is making progress on the top side of the racetrack right now. So with those adjustments you made, if you can get your car turning on the bottom and you're not too free, you're making a lot of progress. And Pembleton continuing his drive up to 4th.
Hall was going to try to cross him over, but just not enough juice right there. Landon Pembleton, folks, started 17th in this race. What a fantastic drive, and it's not over yet with 65 laps to go in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200.
7 drivers in the top 20 are making their debut at the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. So 7 debut drivers in the top 20 and still on the lead lap. So they've done a great job. We had 14 come and make the show, and 7 of them are in the top 20. So a fairly good showing out of drivers making debut.
And some of our big stories have gotten knocked out. If you missed that, fans, Lee Pulliam is out of the race. Brendan Queen, I do not think has rejoined the field yet, has he, guys? I think Butterbean has fallen victim to the attrition in this one.
Hard break for him after giving away, or not giving away, but had such a fast car 2 weeks ago at Dominion and felt like he was going to have a fast car this weekend. Just didn't see the raw pace out of him on Fast Friday yesterday in practice. So I think probably a little bit underwhelmed for the 03 in their performance. On the other hand, his teammate Carson Brown, again, he's one of the ones making his debut. He's having such a strong run.
That he is. Carson Lofton, you can see that number 20 car just behind the 41 and 51. That's Woody Howard and Bumgarner respectively. Was outside of the top 20 was Carson Lofton before we restarted this race, and back up in the top 15, looking to try to crack the top 10. So is Brandon Lopez. Made a little bit of progress in passing a couple of cars since we dropped it back. There's Trey Cruz right there, car number 10. RNS, we talked about the amount of cars that they have out here this weekend at South Boston Speedway, and Cruz making his way by Yarborough to get inside the top 10.
Still seeing 20-plus rides on the lead lap. Going to double-check that number for you in just a second. because Connor Hall has just been zipping by everybody. So there are a lot of drivers that should be a lap down at the moment because his prowess has been unchallenged at this point. Trevor Ward is still trying to work his way up to Caden Honeycutt. And Honeycutt, again, just continues to display some racecraft as he got by Parker Eatman, putting Eatman at least a lap down.
Bobby McCarty now has been put down a lap as well. So just those 20 drivers on the lead lap. Ward, he's still in lap traffic, still falling back just a little bit of ways. It's 2.5 seconds now, the difference between him and Honeycutt. So Honeycutt still just doing the better job of working through this lap traffic.
Still 56 to go, guys. I don't think Ward's in that must have a caution scenario just yet. But he's probably thinking about some game plans at the moment himself, along with his team. How am I going to get to this guy? What can I do at this point?
Well, he does have clean air now, about 1.5 seconds to the next driver, Parker Eatman, so he'll have some clean room to run. Meanwhile, Honeycutt, he's being held up a little bit. He's going to get by Chase Burrow, but he's back behind Kyle Dudley, and he will ship it down to the inside. He is taking no prisoners.
No, such trust in the handling of that machine, guys. I mean, he is just, I won't want to say he's throwing caution to the wind here. It's not complete reckless abandon, but it is fierce driving. It is completely fearless right now from Caden Honeycutt.
Just saw Kyle Dudley just as he was going another lap down. He pulled it down to the inside of the backstretch of pit road. So Dudley going to be out of this thing. Although Trevor Ward made up about 0.7 of a second through Honeycutt getting through that lap traffic. And Honeycutt, he won stage 1, he won stage 2. And he has won stage 3 as well here at the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200.
That's $1,000, $250 of it in this third stage from Southside Disposal. So glad about it. He's going to get it this next time by. He will take up that third stage bonus. Again, no caution. We keep on running. But Honeycutt, he has just been the man outstanding tonight when Ward is trying to hunt him down. Our championship leader in the 2026 Hitachi Energy late model stock car division.
Now it feels like a short track shootout kind of a concept, fellas, here with less than 50 to go. That time by for Caden Honeycutt. He'll have more lappers to deal with. Scott, let's mention to some folks that might not watch South Boston Speedway on the regular, Trevor Ward won a race last year against Ryan Millington by effectively using a lap car as a pick, as a blocker. Millington did not get around the lapper properly. Trevor Ward did. That's a scenario that could be in play here as these guys continue to work their way through the field.
Watching 51 of Bumgardner back in 12th, being challenged by Woody Howard. He's trying to make the pass on the 95 of Sam Yarborough. He's trying to get back to that 11th spot. It's been the 51. He's fallen just a couple of positions, Blake, but not fast by any means, but it seems like he's trying to hold station.
Well, and again, I think when you look in the terms of the Triple Crown and those drivers that we know will be fighting for it, you look up in the top couple of cars. I mean, Caden Honeycutt, he's running in the Truck Series, so Kansas conflicts with Martinsville, so he's not going to be in it. So as far as true Triple Crown contenders, it is Trevor Ward, and like these drivers, like a Michael Bumgarner, a Sam Yarborough, we know that we'll see them the next couple of races at Langley and at Martinsville when we eventually get there. Not everybody in the top 10 is fighting for the Triple Crown because they know they have other places to be.
It's interesting that you say that. It's very, very unlikely, though. But if he was to win this event, he would be locked in to the Valley Star Credit Union 300. So would the winner of the Hampton Heat 200. If Kansas ends early that day, could you make the arrangements to make the flight? I'm just saying, Brendan Queen talked about in a interview that if he was to win one of the two events, maybe he'd see if it could work out.
Or you do your rain dance and hope it's run on Sunday.
That too, but I'm just saying it's not completely out of the question if you win one of the two.
Mason Bailey gets hit right in front of your race leader, Caden Honeycutt, who has to go to the top side 3 wide. He makes it around, but Trevor Ward has made up a ton of ground in the process.
Big moments there for Trevor Ward. While you guys were looking at that, Trey Cruz had a little incident with Chase Johnson, but Cruz got around him. Trey Cruz has moved into the top 10. He is plus 15 after starting 25th, and this is what we talk about with the Triple Crown implications. Even if you can't win the race here today, if you can squeeze out a top 10, if you can squeeze out a top 5, it can go a long way to vying for a $20,000 grand grand prize to win that late model Triple Crown.
All 3 R&S cars that remain in this race, all in the top 10. Pemberton 3rd, Stallings and Cruz 9th and 10th. And Pemberton, we said he's on the move. He looks quick, but he's 4.9 seconds back from the lead. So he might be in that category of needing a caution.
And by the way, Trevor Ward within a second of your race leader. It is going back and forth as he gets through some traffic. He had to get by Peyton Sellers that you see just off the edge of your screen. Caden Honeycutt, though, they are nearly 3 wide in front of him. Woody Howard, Carson Lofton, a couple of cars that he has to try to get around with 38 laps to go. But Trevor Ward, 1.1 seconds back. That gap has significantly shrank in the last few laps as Pierce almost had a problem into the inside wall into 3.
Caden Honeycutt, this white 17, working the top side to get around more lap traffic. He's been doing that for basically the entirety of our second half of the race. We took the stage break after 100. Honeycutt has looked dominant in this one, just 1 lead change. He took it from Landon Lewis early. We've been slowed by 3 cautions in addition to that halfway break, and it is still very intriguing out there. In fact, I think the plot is going to thicken even more as we go forward. 35 laps to go. Next time by the line for Honeycutt.
And Trevor Ward's having a tougher time trying to get around this lap traffic than Honeycutt did, because Honeycutt is working the top side. A lot of these lap cars, okay, I'll move over, I'm on the bottom. Well, guess what? That puts them right in the way of Trevor Ward, whose car is working best down there. So when we talk about coming to South Boston Speedway, you need a car that can do both, that can run on the low side and the high side. This is exactly why, because Ward, I think he may have a little bit of a faster car right now, but he can't run the groove that he needs to make up all that time. Meanwhile, Honeycutt passes them on the top side, and then they're left on the bottom to clog up the way for Trevor Ward.
Well, and when you pass on that high side, Blake, you're able to just kind of blaze by, even if they're of a similar speed. When you get stuck on the bottom, you lose that momentum. So Trevor Ward, even though his car is best on the bottom, he's still, the passes are taking longer because he can't get that run. The guy on the outside is able to challenge.
And he is running out of time. He is running out of time to catch your race leader, Caden Honeycutt. You know, Connor Hall was going for 3 in a row in this race. Honeycutt is going for 3 in a row in the racetrack, or at the racetrack. Won the Cars Tour event here last fall, won our Crush 250. This one, I think, when you ask him, is going to feel as big as those. This is going to feel like another great statement piece for a driver that has been making plenty of statements the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, and he's made 8 starts in the Triple Crown previous to this event. He has never won.
Yep.
So it would be his first Virginia Triple Crown victory. We talk about the prowess of him. He's getting a bump from the 41 of Howard as you see him trying to lap the 95 of Yarborough. So Woody Howard, that could be a bit dangerous there.
Think about Sam Yarborough was running in the top 5 for a lot of this race. Honeycutt is now lapping him.
Honeycutt just that much better.
Man.
Yarborough giving him a hard time. That was a close one, Blake. Not something you like to see, but again, so much trust for Honeycutt in this car and trust for the other competitors. You never know what's going to happen. You have to trust them to know where you are.
Yeah, and Honeycutt has a little bit of a dirt background. I think you can see putting it to good use right now as he's going to the bottom. He's going back to the top. He's looking for anywhere around this racetrack where he can try to find a little bit of speed. But what a run it's been recently for Caden Honeycutt when it comes to late models. Of course, he's got his hands full in the Craftsman Truck Series, but his recent late model success, whether he's hopping behind the wheel of a pro, he won at Caraway, he won at Ace, he won the late model stock at Ace. This Thomas Re-Racing team just hitting on all cylinders right now, especially when he's behind the wheel. And they have a car that's competing a little bit later on tonight as well in the Limited Sportsman race.
Whoa, look at Carson Lofton. You saw him scoot up to the high side. Trevor Ward, that was right in front of him. And you said for Honeycutt, it feels like this Tom Usry team is always on top of the ball. Everywhere they go, that 17 car is up at the front, especially when being piloted by Honeycutt.
Yeah, you got to have a wheel man to execute that. When you've won races in all these different rides, it shows so much about the skill, because you talk to any driver, they will tell you there is a difference. A late model is very different from a truck. It's different from a pro late model. Even Caden Honeycutt talked about, I've never driven one of those Limited Sportsmans before, but this is the advice I would give later on to Matthew LaPrade, who we're going to see try that race in just a bit. We have moved this race up, by the way. We should tell you that, fans. We're going to have Limited Sportsman, Pure Stocks, and Hornets coming up after this one. Full focus on the fight for the front and the fight for a win in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 You're getting a good shot there at the 77 of Trevor Ward, working hard to try to get to your race leader, Caden Honeycutt.
And this is where we get to see, does he have a car that can chase down Honeycutt, or is he going to need some help? He has clean racetrack. Caden has clean racetrack right now. And unfortunately for the Trevor Ward fans out there, I think Honeycutt's got a piece because they're both in clean racetrack, and Honeycutt right now is continuing to put some distance between he and Trevor Ward. Is about half a tenth that last lap.
Traffic still in play, but again, last time by 0.3 faster for Trevor Ward. Honeycutt again still fighting some of that lap traffic, so not able to get the full lap time out of, or the full pace of that race car. But you got to think, Blake, they're so similar in speed. Even if in these next 20 laps that Ward can get there, it's not going to be an easy pass. It's not going to be an easy feat at all, and you're not going to have a lot of time to do it.
You'd always rather be Caden Honeycutt in this situation because, again, you can dictate terms. If Trevor Ward gets closer, you can use up the racetrack. You can throw some aero blocking his way. You can do all those things you need to do to secure a victory. A reminder, Ward started 13th. Honeycutt started 3rd. There was less than a 100th of a second difference in those qualifying times, though.
So close on that speed, and I think you're seeing it now, and I think you're seeing the advantage for Honeycutt, where you said, Kyle, you'd rather be him than in Ward's seat because he's able to defend. If the time comes that Ward gets up there, he is in the catbird seat.
And longest run of the day, longest run of the weekend that any of these drivers have had, and we heard about how much of a mental challenge this is, a physical challenge this is. I mean, since they dropped the green flag, they haven't stopped. So I imagine we're going to see some drivers climbing out of the car. They're going to be huffing and puffing. They're going to be tired.
Well, and you said that. You talk about, when you're doing it, you're not really thinking about it. But the minute that they shut those cars off, all of it is just going to rush back to them. Kyle, you mentioned Landon Pembleton being fast. He's still 5.3 seconds back. Now 4.3 as the times adjust. So he's moving closer in on these leaders, but it's definitely too much time for him.
Yeah, he would need a caution. I think, it's getting more and more of the appearances that maybe even Trevor Ward might need a caution, but let's not give up on Ward being able to catch Caden Honeycutt under his own terms and his own circumstances. The 17 right there looks awful sharp in this one, and there's Trevor Ward in the 77, his closest competitor at the moment, moving around Jason Myers.
Wanted to shout out Trey Cruz once again. He's moved up to 8th now. This is his 6th start in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Best finish is 3rd in 2019, but I think with the years he's had recently, just with not being able to run with funding and everything of that nature, I think he'll absolutely take an 8th place, or a little bit more, maybe 7th or 6th, as a win. 29
total wins for Trey Cruz here at South Boston Speedway, spread across 3 divisions. I mean, that's just incredible. And as you said, when you're doing this kind of good work in what's basically a cameo appearance, you're a short order cook here. Really impressive. And Trey Cruz is one that has said, hey, we're sinking our teeth into this Triple Crown. We're going to really give a lot for these 3 races. I've got great support from the RNS guys, and it's going to be a fun ride.
Ward clears some traffic. This is the closest he's been in a couple of laps, but Brandon Willard, you can see that the sand of the hourglass is running out right now. 10 laps for Trevor Ward to try to chase down Honeycutt. It had gotten to about 1.7 seconds. It's now down to 1.2 as Ward to the outside of Bumgarner. You can see him. He's now within frame. But 9 laps to go. He's got to figure it out quickly, but he made up a 10th that time.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of wood to chop, and it's some tall timber in the form of Caden Honeycutt. But if anybody can swing an axe, it's Trevor Ward. Does he have time, though?
And Honeycutt really held up by Bumgarner there. It was a bit of another close.
Made up about 2/10 that time.
9/10 of a second
you
between them.
can see it. He's getting closer.
Closer for the 77 of Trevor Ward. We said the sand in the hourglass is running out, but there is still time on the clock. It is never over until that checkered flag flies. Ward, he's been a couple of tenths faster all these last couple of laps, partially because of lap traffic, but that car just looks so good. Is there enough time to get there? And if so, what will he do to win his first Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200?
I think Caden Honeycutt is still feeling confident, He's probably asking for lap times from his spotter, both his own and Trevor Ward's right here. Obviously, you need to know where other cars are at as well, but I think Caden Honeycutt is getting the information he wants. He now has the Superman Blake Stallings to work around. Stallings will drift high up the racetrack and let Honeycutt have some room there. Ooh, Stallings kind of squeezed him down a bit coming out of turn 2, fellas.
He got a little loose. That's going to help Trevor Ward catch him. That is 10th place that Honeycutt is putting a lap down right now. 4 to go. Trevor Ward down to 0.6 of a second.
Ward slowly closing in and stalling. You got to think a regular competitor with Ward here at South Boston Speedway will move on over fairly easily. He's going to hang outside just a little bit, but it is 3 laps to go.
They are urging everybody on, I think especially Trevor Ward. Caden Honeycutt's got a lot of fans, and they travel well too. Honeycutt created some distance there. Trevor Ward still lurking in the rearview mirror. Ward with 4 tires underneath the yellow line on the apron. Honeycutt a little bit higher. He's straddling the yellow stripe. 2 to go.
He's just got to be close enough that on that final lap he can try and make a move. Lap traffic not going to be a factor. Here they come to the white flag. 1 to go.
Looks like Honeycutt is going to have enough to hold on. He's going to meet some lappers in front of him. Can Trevor Ward make something out of this or not? That's Chase Johnson in front of Honeycutt. Honeycutt dives down low. He's coming out of turn 4. Caden Honeycutt is your race winner in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. The storms were hit and miss all day. They mostly missed, but Caden Honeycutt with a big hit here on this final Saturday in June.
That's 3 in a row between Cars Tour, between the Crush 250, and now his first ever Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. In his 9th start in any Virginia Triple Crown race, he is finally in victory lane.
What a drive, fellas, and what a race car. You just know that Caden Honeycutt is going to mention the Tom Usry team one more time. They gave him a car that seemed like it was on a rail the entire race. Had to do a little bit of work to pass Landon Lewis. Honeycutt did start 3rd, but what a drive, fellas. And let's tip our caps collectively to Trevor Ward and what he did to make a game of that, to make it close. Some great runs by Landon Pembleton, a great drive by Trey Cruz to come from 25th up into the top 10. But the evening will belong to Caden Honeycutt.
Honeycutt coming and parking on the front stretch, and you can see crowds, everyone just looking, camera ops looking, and it is such a celebration here for this 17 of Honeycutt. What this means to him, yes, he's racing in the Craftsman Truck Series, but these late model races, they mean a lot.
Yeah, they are not an afterthought to Caden Honeycutt as he tosses something out of the cockpit there. Stopped on. Here we go, fans. Make some noise for him. Let him hear you as he comes out. Elevate and celebrate time for one of the best. Caden Honeycutt is a winner in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. What a shot right there as he takes a bow in front of this great crowd.
Honeycutt will fire it back up. He'll be able to, and a little burnout. Oh, yeah. Got to have the burnout. So awesome with the Tom Usry Racing crew and what it means to him. He had to come stop on the front stretch, and he wanted to salute the fans because it is about these fans. You want to do it for them. What a absolute fight.
Yes, and as Honeycutt takes some laps around, let's have James Pike downstairs with a runner-up. Great drive from Trevor Ward.
Trevor Ward with a hard charge late in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Trevor, you were close. Did you need more laps? Did you need more car? What was the difference in the end?
Yeah, man, that's anytime you can come out to a race like this and battle with the best of the best, come out P2. I mean, unfortunately, you know, I want to be one spot better. Me and Mike Bledsoe spending a lot of times finishing second this year, but in a race like this with the points and everything on the line, we'll take it in one piece. Like I said, you know, kudos to Caden. This wouldn't be possible without the good Lord above, man, for putting a lot of great people in my life. Mike Bledsoe Mechanical, Jim from Digital Repair, Sterling Building Group, everybody that's a part of this thing, Atlanta Paving, Pro System, LP Gear, Clark's Automotive, just, man, they worked their butt off. Corbin, Colby, all the Fogelmans, Dean, my dad, everybody, man, come out board, and it's a testimony for this small team to maybe become a big one here shortly.
Another good points day in the track standings for Trevor Ward. And now coming out of the car, here comes Caden Honeycutt, Virginia Triple Crown winner at last and victorious in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 in 2026. As Honeycutt will come and get a piece of the trophy, he's going to have a few people come in and say congratulations here after a top-to-bottom, flag-to-flag, most impressive run at South Boston Speedway. Trevor Ward going to come in here and offer his congratulations as well. A lot of people giving him a lot of props for one of the better drives we've seen in this race in a long, long time. As Caden Honeycutt and Trevor having a fun little conversation there. Caden, you've been close in this race. You've had your shots in this. It hasn't quite worked out in the end. You've left here frustrated. You left here annoyed. Tonight you're leaving here a winner of this race to finally get over the hump in a Triple Crown event. What's that feel like?
I guess that means we got to go to Langley, Kenneth. Man, so awesome, man. Thank you to Tom Lester Racing, all my crew guys. This is all credit to them, man. They bust their butts, and I just can't thank them enough for everything. Thank you, fans, so much for coming out and supporting this race. You guys are amazing. Man, thanks to Faye Filling and Air, 5-Star Bodies, Hellraiser Jack, Swiss Springs, Sky Company Heat and Air, RRC Race Chassis for us. Thank you so much, man. And everyone that helps us on this thing, man. Larry Pollard, rear ends and transmissions. Just, I'm more out, Pike. I'm sorry, I can't really talk much, but that was awesome. I've been wanting to go after this race for the couple of times I've had it. It's really prestigious, and to come out first time with this race car, and all the guys had a mixture group this weekend, and they still got it done. So it's testament for how good this team really is. Not just the driver, man. They are the team of this.
You've had Watkins Glen, you had the weekend at Ace. Where does this stack up amongst your accomplishments in 2026?
I don't know, man. This is top 3, top 2 for sure. I think it's definitely Watkins Glen in this one. But, yeah, man, just I can't say enough about my race team. Thanks to everybody that supported me to get to this race. Toyota Racing, Safe Flight, for letting me come this on the off weekend. I think I'm going to take next week off for how brilliant that race was, man. But yeah, thanks to everyone at TPC, Kaylin, Wayne, and everyone that keeping me in shape as best as possible, and everyone over there. So tonight's all about my team, all about them. I appreciate them so much, and we'll go on to Wilkesboro for our next one.
Honeycutt, Usry, and the gang victorious here at South Boston in the 20th edition of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. And we will work our way from Honeycutt, and we will turn our attention to Landon Pembleton, the P3 finisher here, who has had himself a pretty good run and had a really good car in the second half of this race. So, Landon, was it a matter of sort of saving on the front end and then going on the back end? Did you save too much? Was it all going to plan and the race just sort of went a little bit differently? How did it play out for you?
I'll be honest with you, we really weren't that good at the beginning. Kind of struggled, was tight, and couldn't move around any that I wanted to, and really had to move around the pass tonight, bottom, top, middle, everywhere. Thankfully, we got it tuned up at the halfway break, found a little problem that we had, and fixed it, and it came to life.
Second or podium here to back up the win at Martinsville. You start off this year's Triple Crown well. How are your prospects, and how do you feel about your chance at trying to win the Virginia Triple Crown out right now?
It's a goal for sure. It's definitely going to be tough at Langley. I'm not quite as good at Langley as I am at Martinsville in here because lower grip and everything, but just can't thank R&S Race Cars, Pembleton Forest Products, Ernest Performance, Easter Designs, Pembleton Realty. It's a lot of people that put a lot of effort in this thing, and Williams Logging and Ram for being on board this year and helping us out a little bit. So can't thank all the guys back at the shop. Can't thank Marcus Richmond and JD enough for tuning this thing in.
Seems like much like Caden Honeycutt, that Landon Pembleton, Trevor Ward, everybody here that finished up near the front, going to have their eyes set on the Hampton Heat at Larry King Law's Langley Speedway. That's the next event in the 2026 Virginia Triple Crown.
And what an event it was. 100 laps green there at the end. So awesome to watch these drivers lapped up to 10th place. I mean, that just shows the dominance of the great car and great driver that Caden Honeycutt is, and the car that he had. Really, I think Ward or Pimpleton could have been the only two that could have rivaled him there, but they just weren't close enough in the end.
Well, and I want to give a nod to these drivers because, again, 43 cars at South Boston, that is a tough task for these guys to handle. And I know we had a couple of early problems. Unfortunate that we had some incidents that took a few of these drivers out early on. But, yeah, to end with a 100-lap run, I think says a lot, and of course gives us the car that deserved to win this. They came out, they qualified well, that was able to go through the halfway break and keep their car where they needed to be. Was it better than the 77? Well, guess what? They don't care about the answer to that question. They're in the victory lane right now. So, but hats off to all these drivers fighting for a lot. We saw a lot of cars that were sliding around there at the end of the race, and to end it with a long run, really great for late model stock racing.
We saw our shares of thrills and chills, which this race really gives us. You know, we've had much messier versions of this race. I think I only had us down for 3 cautions, which is not bad. Now, don't go tell that to some of the drivers that got knocked out, some fan favorites like Lee Pulliam, Brendan Queen. They had tough days. I mean, for Peyton Sellers standards, it was a tough day there, but we saw some incredible drives as well. We saw some great side-by-side, nose-to-tail. Caden Honeycutt, in addition to the raw speed, I mean, that car was handling. He was putting it everywhere and absolutely had the best piece out there. It almost became a David versus Goliath situation where Trevor Ward was doing his best to get the slingshot out and send some rocks to his back bumper, and in the end, just couldn't get there. But you see your race results there. It really, there's all kinds of stories throughout the field. Landon Lewis on pole, drops back to 5th. I think still a very good day for him. Good day for Carson Brown as well, finishing 4th.
4th in his debut, and he's just so young. I mean, the both of them so young. Carson Brown and Landon Lewis. Caden Quapple having a great run. Started inside the top 5. He'll finish in 6th. Trey Cruz, I think you made a great mention of it, alongside Connor Hall, 7th and 8th. A great run for him. Doug Barnes Jr. solidly. Blake Stallings, +9 on the day. I think he'll be very happy with this effort. And Michael Bumgardner in his debut, 11th, and Woody Howard, 12th.
Yeah, and I think all these drivers on this page, if they are going to go through a Triple Crown, that is a run that you could take forward and hope to try a win at the end of this thing, depending on how Hampton goes. How about Carson Lofton? Was outside of the top 20 at that halfway break, ends up with 13th. Brandon Lopez, a really solid 14th place run. His good friend Trevor Ward up into 2nd. Sam Yarborough struggled a little bit more in that second half of the run, was up in a fixture of the top 5, ends up in 15th.
Give you some money notes here, fellas, because who doesn't like money, right? $10,000 for Caden Honeycutt to win the race, and he picked up our Stage 1 bonus from Gutter Works. He picked up our Sparks Oil Sunoco Race Fuels Halfway Leader Award. He picked up the Southside Disposal Stage 3 Leader Award. Not quite a clean sweep because we'll have a hard charger, fastest lap, although Honeycutt might have had the fastest lap. We'll have to double-check that, but either way, really nice payday for Caden Honeycutt and his crew.
Well, and you talk about tough breaks as well. Connor Waddell, it just was looking like it was going to be such a great day for him, continuing to move forward. Ryan Millington, I mean, he was running in 4th when he pulled off the racetrack. Minnie Tyrell started in 32nd. Could have maybe moved forward, but he'll finish in 40th. Tyler Matthews, what could have been? Connor Jones, the same.
Yeah, tough deal for a lot of those back 5 that were involved in that initial wreck just about 2 laps in. It's unfortunate.
Well, fans, do not go anywhere because we still have 3 racing events coming up next. Up next, it'll be the Budweiser Limited Sportsman Division for 40 laps. It's not the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, but it is a huge one for them. Let's go. It's Sobo on Flow.
You're watching Sobo on Flow.
What an evening so far at South Boston Speedway. Thanks for sticking it out with us, fans. 7:20 right now. We adjusted the schedule. Worked out perfect. Let's say great call by Brandon Brown and the rest of our staff to look at that radar, see what might happen. We did have that quick shower that really lasted probably less than 10 minutes. They got the track dry. We got the main event in. Now, our next three divisions, their main event material as well. We're going to have our Budweiser Limited Sportsman coming up in just a moment. But let's keep talking about the wonderful win and the rest of the stories in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. Caden Honeycutt, a victory. You know, it's wild to think post-COVID, we really only had three winners of this race, guys. Bobby McCarty's won two. Connor Hall's won two. The other guy that's won just won a Cup Series race, Corey Heim. Now Honeycutt can add his name to that pretty strong list of drivers.
Yeah, only the best of the best go to victory lane in this race, and Honeycutt kind of proving that, and again, did it in dominant fashion, which can't overstate how difficult that is to do, and we appreciate him and our top three taking a moment to talk with our very own James Pike down there, and what a great Triple Crown that it's going to be. Trevor Ward, very recent winner at Martinsville. Landon Pimbleton just won it last year. Carson Quapple, his car, won it a couple years ago. He's got his younger brother Caden in it right now, who is going to be able to move forward with a sixth-place finish here from South Boston. So looking to chase that and the Triple Crown. So a lot of great stories to come out of this race.
Well, and good run for Bumgardner as well. Don't want to discount him, because I think with that Rick Ware Racing development deal that he can continue to move forward. And 11th place, you know, you can go and get a fifth and maybe a win, or maybe a second and a third, or something around there in the top five. You could make that to that five finish average and maybe be able to pick it up with even that. So.
And a guy like Brandon Lopez, I would say, in that category as well, fellas. He's just trying to grab experience and go to as many tracks as he can. So often he's very competitive there as well. He's learning a lot from Trevor Ward. They'll go have the post-game breakdown on this one and talk about what each other felt. But, you know, I think for a guy like Trevor, or a guy like Brandon Lopez, pardon me, it's got to feel like a small win to be in a dogfight like that with some nose to tail, side by side with some great drivers.
Well, and I think we were talking about this before we went on air, about how this can be somewhat of a reset for a lot of different drivers looking at their 2026 season. Lopez planned on competing full-time with the Cars Tour in the late model stocks. He's taken a little bit of a step back from competing on a full-time basis for that. But again, this is a great opportunity for him to chase a championship at the end of the day, to try to win the Triple Crown. And a 14th is something that you can springboard off of into a pretty solid running. And whether you win it or not, there's still plenty of prize or purse money as the finishing positions are paid out at the end of all three races for the Triple Crown.
I got some news about our awards. We were right about Honeycutt with the Stage Break Awards. Caden Honeycutt did have the fastest lap, if you're interested. 15.574 seconds. That averages out to 92 miles an hour. Hard charger goes to Tristan McKee. Good drive to the front from Tristan McKee, plus 20. The driver that went the other direction, unfortunately, that's Ryan Millington. He'll get a little bit of extra coin for his troubles. Ryan Millington will get a $250 gift card from SRI Performance for that hard luck award, guys.
It was a great day for some, a tough day for others, and those that had the good days will hope to carry that through on to the Hampton Heat 200 in just less than a month's time at Langley Speedway. But we will divert our attention to the rest of our races at South Boston Speedway because, yes, normally, traditionally, the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 is run at the end of the night. But with inclement weather all weekend, we moved it to the front. But that means that we still got three great races to take place. So, again, all watching on FloRacing, don't think that these races are less than the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 because these drivers will put on a fight.
We tried to let Blake go. We tried to usher him out and open the door. He said, no, I'm sticking around.
I want him to stay.
I want to call this stuff.
Get to call racetracks or race cars going around in a circle. What's better than that?
Well, hit us with our lineup.
Well, Tristan Brunelli, he's going to line up on row one with Chris Elliott. Again, he ran a time that was just behind that 18 car. That makes up your front row. Drew Dawson and Dennis Holdren make up row two. Brian Rundstrom and Dan Rogers, 88 and 33 respectively, will make up your top six. Jacob Derrick had the fastest lap early on in qualifying, settles for a 7th starting spot along with Landon McGowan. And 8th, top 10 is Eddie Slagle and Adam Murray, rounding out your top 10 starters.
Row 6 is going to feature Bev Paragoy and Trace Daniel. And oh, yes, there's a second page, race fans. Justin Dawson in his 88. He'll be outside Austin Detter in the 08. Matthew LaPrade, we'll see how much help he gets from Caden Honeycutt. I have a feeling Honeycutt's going to rush right over there and put a headset on rather than celebrate to help out Matthew. Chris Hopkins in row 8 there as well, and it's Ross Mountcastle, Justin Toller, and Cameron Goebel. We are 19 strong, and this is a very, very big evening for the Budweiser Limited Sportsmen. They will all tell you it means a lot to win on 200 night. A little different circumstances going after the main event, but still a lot of fun here.
Different game, same track, same name. 50 laps we've done before. This is 40, so these drivers know what to do when it comes to this amount of laps. And Tristan Brunelli set pole once again. That's 2 poles in a row. But as you'll remember, Kyle, it was 2 weeks ago when he had a coil wire go bad and came off on lap 2. So it hurt him in the points. He's going to have to finish in front of Drew Dawson starting in 3rd if he wants to gain in on that championship lead that Drew Dawson has. It's 24 points to him next to Rundstrom. All right, front row is Chris Elliott, Tristan Brunelli. Let's get it on for limited sportsman action at the Budweiser Limited Sportsman. Front works, green flag is in the air.
Scoreboard still says 200 laps up there, but it's 40 for the Budweiser Limited Sportsman as Brunelli and Elliott lead them up front. There's good action further back in that field. Drew Dawson with a decent start to the race. He's going to try to look inside of Chris Elliott and see if maybe he can sneak his way up into second, but don't count out Dennis Holdren. Caution is out. We've got 3 cars stacked up in between 1 and 2, right under that scoreboard. Trouble there early for some drivers in the rear of the field. Justin Dawson, again, he continues to have some of the worst luck out of any division at the Speedway, Scott. The 88 of Justin Dawson, he did peel out pretty quick, so I think the car's okay.
I think 2 weeks ago was the first time that Justin Dawson didn't have to replace a body panel in a race in 2026. Blake, he has had really bad luck, probably spent thousands when it comes to body panels. Ross Mountcastle almost ran into the 81 of Adam Murray there.
Yeah, as he was coming into the pits, and speaking of bad luck, or just, I guess, how cruel racing can be, Tom Usry Racing wins with Caden Honeycutt, lap 1 in the Limited Sportsman. Unfortunately, not going to go any further with LaPrade. So sometimes racing can give you a pretty cruel reality check as you're celebrating here in Philip Morris Victory Lane, and then all of a sudden, well, you're bringing home 1 wrecked race car as well.
And LaPrade, let's take a look here, and then we'll get to chat about him. Ross Mountcastle way in the back. That was Chris Hopkins in the 39 that was involved with the 88.
Yeah, and there were Dawson was connected with Mountcastle. They were kind of sliding into that turn as they were getting into the camera shot.
Well, about LaPrade, this is the 6th different track he's run this season. Never run here in his career. This was his debut. He said, and Honeycutt said yesterday on our Fast Friday, that LaPrade was running iRacing, just trying to learn this track. And so it's a 6th different one of the year, and it deemed to be probably one of the toughest. So yeah, it was 39, 88 early, and then LaPrade was going up high and slowing down. It just looks like Mountcastle didn't get the word that they were slowing up.
Yeah, or you get up in the marbles up at the top end of the racetrack, you try to slow it down, and it's just not going to stop as easily. It looked like LaPrade had kind of gotten to that point and looked like he was going to be slow enough to miss it. Unfortunately, Mountcastle comes in.
A note that you might enjoy, Blake, and some of our other fans, Justin Dawson's 88 machine was at one point, at least some of it, owned by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now, the Dawson Motorsports crew has said, well, we've had to replace pretty much everything at this point. So it's kind of a Frankenstein rather than saying that Dale Jr. actually used to own it. But at some point, parts of that car were owned by Dale Jr.
I'd say the chassis hasn't changed, though.
I mean, well, yeah. That's I think that's about it, right?
That's probably so. And Justin Dawson, their attrition of coming back is great.
Oh, it's impressive.
And it's all, Drew will say it. All 3 of the brothers, Jared, Drew, and Justin, all help each other. And Jared not racing with us. He hasn't raced with us since the middle of May, so he's been taking some time off. Had a finger injury there, but he's been working behind the scenes, I can bet you that. So it's really a team effort and a family effort for the Dawson family. Luckily for them, Drew Dawson hasn't had any of that kind of mess, so the full focus has been to the 88 and being able to get it back on track.
You better find some wood to punch. You better knock on something quick there.
Okay, that's a great point.
The Danville Toyota pace car is out of the way, and they enter the Empower Broadband restart zone after caution number 1. It's still Brunelli and Elliott up front. Brunelli on the high side, Elliott low. That's Drew Dawson trying to stick his nose in there again in the white number 8. And we got to get a close-up at some point of Drew Dawson's new wrap, the new paint scheme with the patriotic look. And Drew Dawson, oh yeah, he is looking to get by Hopkins. No problem there. Let's see what Drew Dawson can do with Tristan Brunelli. A note, both of these guys have won twice this season. Ooh, how about the run from your guy Dan Rogers, Scott, the 33 moving towards the front.
Dan Rogers moving forward. Best finish is second. He's on a great run right now. Drew, oh, big problems for Rundstrom. Nearly up into the wall. He's able to keep it going, Blake.
That's a tough angle out of turn 2. What a save, as he had to correct that car, get it back on the rails, and seemed to have done that. So really good job right there by him to keep it running, and lost a couple of spots out of it, but gets to fight another lap.
Nothing too bad right there. Battle is on between the 2 of Trace Daniel, 8 of Landon McGowan. Trace Daniel will prevail. He'll move himself up into 8th in front of the number 8. Now it is the 81 of Adam Murray looking to attack on the 8, but the front 4 really starting to stretch out already, Kyle.
Yeah, the field is getting strung out single file. I like the efforts here from Landon McGowan. We are seeing a noticeable improvement in his driving technique. Car control has gotten a lot better. Car always looks great with the neon yellow color scheme there. Brian Rundstrom trying to get by Adam Murray now. Murray won a pole earlier on this season, but just hasn't quite found the results that he was expecting.
Well, and about that pole, he had the speed to win, but it was his window net being down on May 30th that had him black flag. Not a common issue, not something that we see very often. He got back in the race and had the same speed he had, so it's really one of those mistakes you do not see commonly that really probably stole a win from him.
Look at the side-by-side going on with Landon McGowan and then also Brian Rundstrom Jr. Rundstrom Jr., 2-time race winner this season. McGowan has been looking for much better results, but again, he is working on his racecraft. He is working on how he handles the wheel, works the throttle and the brake, and seems to be improving quite a bit, although Rundstrom will take the spot for him as they slide onto the back straightaway.
He was curious to see where these cars were going to run relative to what we saw in the late model stock race. A lot of cars in the back, run on the bottom in 3 and 4. Up front, though, it is everybody on the top side ripping it and making some good time. Brunelli, Dawson, Rogers all doing that, but you can see further back in the pack as they're battling, kind of running everywhere around this racetrack right now.
It's a fun feature of this field, and these race cars, they do operate quite a bit like a late model, but we'll say again, there are differences. Even Caden Honeycutt pointed out those differences. Scott, you and I have talked about how it seems like Dawson and Brunelli, they really keep their car glued to the racetrack on exit of 2 and 4 much better than everybody. A lot of that is set up. Also, driver talent is in there as well.
And look at the high groove.
Yeah.
We talked earlier in the Hitachi Energy late model stock car division, the groove was moving higher, and Brunelli is using it. Meanwhile, Dawson about running the middle line.
Yeah.
Then Dan Rogers, he's running in the normal high groove that we see. So different lines from those front 3. Battle is on once again between Rundstrom, and it's now between him and Trace Daniel. Daniel been holding station in that 7th spot, but just hasn't had the speed. This is not a new race car, Kyle, but it is fairly new in most aspects since he had that big wreck on May 30th. So it has not been the same for him, and it's upsetting because he was really figuring it out. Trace Daniel, he was figuring it out, but the 88 of Rundstrom has figured it out even better. He's had some wrecks, Blake, but he has not had as bad of it as the 2 of Trace Daniel did that race 4 weeks ago. McGowan still battling with the 81. So battle's on here in the mid-pack, but it's really strung out. Look at this, Jacob Derrick, he's starting to move forward on the 91 of Chris Elliott.
Yeah, there's been some really good racing back here. We talk about in the late model stock race, just middle portion of the field, the back part of the field is where everything it kind of unfolds, and we see a lot of great racing, and we're seeing exactly that right now. Murray, big slide as he got those left side tires right on that paint. That gives a little bit of rotation to that car, and you can see it steps out just a little bit from underneath him, gathers it back up, and McGowan gonna use that momentum. We see it time and time again here at South Boston to keep that spot over the 81 car.
Yeah, good defense right there. Hey, race fans that can hear us over the action, and we do want to relay some information. There is weather in the area. It feels like it's heading this direction based on the radar that we have seen. We're not stopping the race, however. We just wanted to bring your attention to that. If you do want to make preparations, think about that at the moment. So we just wanted to relay that information that we do have some weather in the area, and we'll update you as that progresses, and if we feel a need to stop the race and make you seek shelter, then you'll hear another announcement after that.
That was really close there, Blake, between Eddie Slagle and the 8 of Landon McGowan. Slagle, he's known for running in late model stock car competition, but this season has come back to run in the Budweiser Limited Sportsman Division, has taken some decent time off, hasn't run with us since the beginning of May, so it's his first time back here in a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, but good to see him back out here making some laps. Seen a couple of close calls over the course of this run as we've passed the halfway point. Move up to Elliott, started on the front row of this race, and like you mentioned, Derek kind of making some progress, making his way up through the field, trying to get up into that top 4. 17 laps to go, though. Although up front, you're not missing much. Brunelli is picking him up and putting him down. Even put a car a lap down in the 45 at Towler just a lap or 2 ago.
Jacob Derrick, if you don't remember, race fans, he won on debut last year when he came to South Boston Speedway, May 24th. Also a P5 that night. He won the first race of our season this year on April 4th. So anytime he's turned up at the racetrack here, Jacob Derrick has been a force. He got a little bit of bad luck in one race, but we know he's a driver. We know he's got a good piece. Not a surprise to see him work his way up front. Might be closing in on your race leader at the moment, but Tristan Brunelli, it's reminiscent of Caden Honeycutt. He's just done nothing wrong up to this point.
Well, and it's interesting, Kyle. We'll talk about it more in 2 weeks' time about the drop race, but especially with that hard finish 2 weeks ago back in 12th after having the coil wire issue, you think when that race gets erased, then he's going to be a lot closer to Drew Dawson than he is right now, and he's unfazable right now.
2 wins for Tristan Brunelli, 2 for Drew Dawson, 2 for Brian Rundstrom. Here's where the separation happens a little bit, though. Dawson's got 6 podiums. He really just has not had a bad start all year. He's led 35% of the laps this season, although that's going to change with Tristan Brunelli racking them up. Rundstrom 5 podiums, Brunelli only 3. So race-winning speed has been there. Just those bad luck nights has really cost him some major points.
There are multiple ways to a championship, and sometimes it's through victory lane, sometimes it's through executing, and Dawson showing that, well, it could be a little bit of a mixture of both here if we can continue rolling things along here for the next 11 laps or so. Derek still stuck with Elliott. This has been about, maybe 8 or 9 laps or so that these two have been side by side. McGowan's still going hard further on back of the pack to try and stay in the top 10.
10 fingers in the air for the field as they go by. 10 to go here in a 40-lap race. Been some great driving so far. I think I've been impressed with everybody. Nobody more impressive at the moment than Tristan Brunelli. Drew Dawson on the eye test might be getting a little bit closer, fellas, but again, he's just going to run out of laps here if he doesn't get to him quickly or if we don't have a caution.
Yeah, Dawson, he's stayed back. It's about 2 seconds now, but he's fallen just a little bit. So Brunelli really clearly just the class of the field tonight, and it's gone by so quickly. 7 laps to go this next time by. Talk about Dan Rogers. He's slowing up a little bit. It seems like Elliott and Derek are catching up with him, even though they're side by side, but it would be another great run for him and one that he needs. He's 4th in the championship.
Yeah, he's kind of sneakily becoming a championship contender. Dan Rogers, 4 top 5s. Looks like he's in line to get his 5th of the season at the moment here as we have 7 laps to go. Tristan Brunelli continues to pace the field, and Drew Dawson, now the eye test tells me Dawson is not really getting much closer. The lead has been static for the last few laps.
One thing that's really impressive about the lead that Brunelli has built up is he's kind of running a different line. Yes, he's running the upper groove, but what's impressed me is you look at everybody else, if you look at Dawson or Rogers, they're either running the high line, but they're cutting down in the middle of the corner. They're not staying basically right up along where that rubber is laid down, and Brunelli just can kind of just send his car in, plant it, and wraps the top all the way around. He doesn't have to cut down or anything like that. So just that car, like you guys were mentioning, can just maintain that momentum better than any other car that's out here right now.
Well, think about the setup there. I mean, that has to be a conscious decision from the team there, Scott, to say, hey, we're going to run a little bit higher today. We're going to see how that works. So far, it's working like a charm for Tristan Brunelli. They might be hitting on a setup here that other teams might want to think about duplicating or replicating if they could.
It's interesting, too. This is the speed that he needed towards the end of the 2025 season when he was trying to close in on Zach Paraguay, who really dominated it and just ran away with it towards the end of the season. And it was capped off or begun by the win for Paraguay in this race 1 year ago. White flag this time for the 18 of Tristan Brunelli. Led every lap so far in this race. Started up on pole. He did the same thing 2 weeks ago, but he was out on lap 2 with a coil wire issue. Last year, he won one race. In 2026, he'll win his third, and it's on Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 weekend. Tristan Brunelli does it again. Brunelli, the family really comes around him, and his dad is his biggest supporter, but his dad is harder on him than anyone, and that's because he wants to see his son succeed, and it is all paying off. He's got so many great role models with that Torp chassis team. I think about Andrew Grady, who's really become instrumental in helping him grow and learn and become better, and we're seeing such a development from last year in his rookie season to this year.
Brunelli worked with Stacy Perrier a bit last season, learning from another legend there. Guys, it's just our second flag-to-flag win this season in the Budweiser Limited Sportsman Division. Just our sixth of any kind in all of our racing here at South Boston Speedway. That's 37 races total so far between our 4 regular divisions. That doesn't count smart mods and ground pounders, etc. So to go flag to flag and make it look really easy from the top side there, Tristan Brunelli needs to be commended. Give him a hand as he goes by, race fans. Really great drive there from a young driver with an incredible runway. There's a look at your top 12. Another good finish from Drew Dawson. I mean, his points lead ain't going too far away there. Drew Dawson impressed me in this one. I know he wanted to win the race, sure, but another drive where he was just ultra consistent, didn't do a whole lot wrong, and Dan Rogers once again with a very good podium finish.
Chris Elliott, it is 2 top 5s in his 2 starts this season, so Chris Elliott, got to wonder what could have been if he maybe would have started at the beginning of the season. Jacob Derrick, another top 5 run, a Langley native, and Brian Runstrom Jr. just outside of the top 5. He's going to lose points here to Brunelli, and that'll move Brunelli up to second in the standings. These are some drivers that didn't have the greatest of days. Just one incident early on, but a driver who had an amazing day is pulling into Philip Morris victory lane. 4 career wins now for Tristan Brunelli, 75% of them coming in 2026. You got to wonder, Kyle, if there's enough time or how the races and how the season will play out if Brunelli could be right back in it. Again, we mentioned the drop race, but just Drew Dawson has been that guy in the first half of the 2026 season. But Brunelli, it's kind of becoming him.
Yeah, Drew Dawson had a 27-point lead on Tristan Brunelli, actually. 24-point advantage on Brian Runstrom. But factoring in the drop race, that lead gets whittled down to about 14 points. So this is going to get him even closer. Dawson's still going to be your points leader heading to the Kenny Meadows Memorial race. Our 3rd annual is coming up in 2 weeks. We want to see you here for that one. But Drew Dawson really headed in the right direction. Looks like he's ready to come out right now. Make some noise for him, race fans. Tristan Brunelli, your race winner.
we're going to get in here before the rain comes and get the opportunity to chat with Tristan Brunelli. So, Tristan, big win on this night, even with the rain. How fabulous was this car? You were untouchable in that.
Oh my God, it was definitely really good. Craig and all the guys from Torp brought a bad, fast hot rod. And I mean, to win in front of this big crowd and all the eyes on us, it definitely means something.
Does the rain dampen your spirits at all, or are we just beyond that? You're just excited to win on Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited to win on Thunder Road weekend. The rain didn't really play a factor because the late models put all the rubber down in their race, and it helped us. But I just got to thank all the guys that helped me: Mom, Dad, Brent, Kyle, John, Papa, and Torp Chassis, Brian Tanner Racing Engines, and just everyone else that helps me, man. It takes a crew to get here, and to be able to win like this feels really good.
Big points tonight too, yeah?
Yeah, it definitely will help us in points. We got a setback last week from parts failure, but to come back and win feels really good.
Tristan Brunelli, victorious here at South Boston.
Everybody in crew, let's go, everyone, let's go!
Hayden Sellers, Cameron Moss, Trevor Ward, and you're watching Sobo on Flow.
Oh, yes, it's so much fun here at South Boston Speedway. Weather is not our most fun, but gosh, the move, can I say once again, the move to adjust the schedule and get our main event in, get the Budweiser Limited Sportsman in, got pretty much all of practice in and qualifying as well. Tip your cap and congratulate Brandon Brown and his team for pulling that off and making the right move. We are in a weather delay now. We are not done yet, though. We're just in a holding pattern. We would really love to see our Southside Disposal, Pure Stocks, and Dollar General Hornets race tonight. So we're still hopeful for that, fingers crossed. But right now, gentlemen, we are just in a little weather delay. He is Scott Shive beside Blake McCandless. I'm Kyle Haney. And who wants to take it away and talk about something fun, fellas?
Man, well, I'll do it. I'll talk about that absolute. I mean, it's two races of basically pure domination tonight. Caden Honeycutt as well as Tristan Brunelli, and I very hope we get to see the Southside Disposal Pure Stock as well as the Dollar General Hornets divisions, because again, they're no slouching divisions. We talk about it. South Boston Speedway is allergic to bad racing, and those are going to be two great races. So we hope with inclement weather in the area that it can move out quickly and allow us to continue and go back racing. But we've already been privy to two excellent events so far.
Well, and hoping that it kind of mimics what we saw earlier with kind of a little bit of a pop-up shower that showed up. It poured earlier, and then we were able to get the track dry within about 30 or 40 minutes or so, and we ended up getting the entire late model race in and the limited sportsman race in. So we hope this is kind of on the same footing as the showers that we had earlier. Hopefully it passes through quickly, able to get the track dry, and like you said, be able to kind of deliver on the entire program that these fans came out here to see. But hats off to everybody for getting us, because we would basically be in the middle of our second race right now or so if no adjustments had been made to the schedule. So a lot of foresight going into this night and allowing us to get in as much as we did.
And cool that so many of our fans had the flexibility to get out here when they did. Always cool to have folks watching around the world on FloRacing, obviously. I mean, the crowd tonight was really strong. I thought maybe the forecast might keep some people away, but I think we were still close to that 10,000 mark. I mean, who knows? I don't count the tickets up, but the crowd was strong. They were into it. They were on their feet for a lot of the racing. They saw a good performance. No, scratch that. A great performance from Tristan Brunelli there in the Budweiser Limited Sportsman race. And I think a lot of them will come back if things get dry. And it's the reality of racing. Again, it's a reality that's not uncommon, dealing with the weather. I suppose we could extend that to any kind of an outdoor event. You have this possibility. So we're just dealing with life right now. We're gonna roll with the punches and have fun with it.
I wish we had a big dome. I think that'd be really expensive.
Yeah.
But you know how Nashville Fairgrounds, they might have to do the ambient dome. I wish we could do a weather dome. I don't think that's in the finances.
As time goes by, the technology gets better and better. It's going to get to a price point where we can have a dome, a retractable roof.
Oh, boy, that'd be something.
That would be.
It definitely would. I'd be here for it. But, you know, then we couldn't get this beautiful scenery that we always get.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, there needs to be a way to get some of the beautiful scenery here in South Central Virginia and then also have the cover from the rain. But we'll keep dreaming. Somebody will come up with an idea eventually.
We'll keep dreaming, and in the meantime, we'll always keep racing. I mean, Blake, again, this night's over. We're not over, excuse me. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time, though, when we come back for all 4 of our racing divisions once again. So, and we're just crossing the halfway portion of the season, so there's a lot of room to continue to run for these drivers, especially in our championship.
Yeah, a lot on the line for those drivers that, again, they competed for points tonight when you're talking about a Trevor Ward or a Landon Pimbleton, even a Peyton Sellers who came back and was able to finish 17th in the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, again, competing with the other weekly competitors here at South Boston Speedway to be able to get those points and kind of coming to a head because you have, again, so many competitive drivers that show up here on a weekly basis. The battle for the track championship is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it did last year. It will again. We'll keep talking stories, but fans at the track, we need to tell you again, we have weather in the area. Lightning is currently less than 15 miles away from the facility, so you do need to evacuate the main grandstands. We can't have anybody in the grandstands here. You need to seek shelter and keep yourself safe. Find some shelter where you feel is appropriate. Head back to the car. We'll get you back in. We will continue to monitor the weather, but main grandstands need to be evacuated right now. If you're in our tailgate section, you probably want to go back to the car for a little bit. Again, you can hear what we say on 105.7. We'll keep updating you, but we have lightning less than 15 miles away. We'll take a quick breather here on our FloRacing broadcast. This is the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. We got the big one in, and you're still watching Sobo on Flo.
Winslow, Toby Lane, Greg Moore, and you're watching Sobo on Flow.
Welcome back, all of our friends watching along on FloRacing. My name is Scott Shive. I'm joined alongside once again by Blake McCandless as well as Kyle Haney. We want to go ahead and give a huge thanks to our fans in the grandstands and give them a standing ovation because it's, we've had the inclement weather and they are still here with us ready to watch our Southside Disposal Pure Stocks and our Dollar General Hornets. So we wanted to rise and stand for them and give them a huge, huge thank you because they are the absolute best in the business. We're also glad you're watching along with us on FloRacing. So, gentlemen, Southside Disposal Pure Stocks, we've had a moment to collect our thoughts and be able to talk about everything with the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 as well as the Budweiser Limited Sportsman Division. Now we've gotten to focus really good in on these pure stock drivers.
Threw that word gentleman around pretty loosely there when you're talking about me and Blake McCandless. But, I'm excited about the pure stock drivers and the fans there, Blake. Look at this. Is that Chase Folsom sprinting around down there? We're having
Looks like
a
it.
blast. Yeah, this is great. There's the three of us, and you are watching wherever you are. Thanks for checking us out. If you are coming in after the fact, we adjusted the schedule. We ran the main event at 5 p.m. It worked out fantastically, but we did run into another rain delay, so now it's time for the Southside Disposal Pure Stocks. Definitely, if you haven't watched the main event, the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200, go back and watch that, but wait for this to get finished because, again, this division is always a blast as we see still some plastic and things on the cars there. That's Johnny Lane.
Keep it dry.
Hey, Johnny Lane. A win tonight would break the all-time win record currently tied with Nathan Cruz. So tonight's still a really big deal.
Yeah, agreed. It's definitely a historical event, or has a chance to be historical. They did get some qualifying done in the practice sessions earlier. One more time, just great Herculean efforts by everyone at South Boston Speedway from the track side to get the racing surface prepared properly, and then we had to do that a couple times, drying the track, all the heavy lifting that has gone on earlier this week. It's been a great night. There's Jarrett Johnson. A note on Jarrett Johnson in the 88. I helped Jarrett Johnson build that stage that was down in Victory Lane that we have used.
Oh, Jarrett Johnson was with you.
Oh, Jarrett Johnson did all the work. I handed him a clamp every now and then and like a hammer, but I was learning, and I told Jarrett, if we had to do it again, I could potentially perhaps actually help out a little more.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Fog up in these windshields. That's gonna play a factor. You cannot go racing for yourself until that is unfogged. I mean, our window's fogged.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the same thing where the drivers are seeing.
Well, again, it's all the rain. It's been so humid even before the rain got here today. And yeah, you could see. Just look at the sight line there with the light and the way it comes in. If it hits,
probably looks better from the camera viewpoint.
Yeah. Well, it's really difficult to see. You can see some drivers are kind of having it fare better than others right now.
I think as you get some airflow rolling in there, it should help. But again, it's not exactly how you want to go out.
Look at the light. Look at the light, the stadium lights. That makes it way worse.
Yeah, you ain't seeing out of that.
No.
And there's not the same tools that you have in your car. You can't just turn the heat and the fans on right underneath the windows. These are purpose-built race cars that are meant to race. They're not meant to make you comfortable.
Let's talk about the race cars a little bit because this might interest Blake some. Not that you don't know this already, Blake. It might interest some of our fans watching because, Scott, we've seen some interesting things with the cars. The Nissan 240 was the preferred body type and preferred car in this division, but you see a car right there, second in line behind the pace car. That is that Jay Hemingway Fox body Mustang, and he's showing, some other makes and models can win in this division. And then Joe Allred has a different piece that he is rolling out as well. So that's been very fun for us to watch.
And Joe Allred had problems in practice today, but that Subaru looked fairly fast. It's interesting about the Subaru, it's probably the most modern of all of these pure stock machines because really, honestly, besides the racing tires, it almost looks like a road vehicle.
Sure. And one other thing to point out, front wheel or rear wheel drive here in this division, but not four-wheel drive. We double-checked on that actually earlier today. Rear wheel drive is preferred here, but you could get out there with a front wheel drive machine. It's always a lot of fun. There's a lot of talent in this group. And then when you look at lap times, they're not going slow out there by any means, folks. I mean, these are real race car drivers, and they let it rip.
Blake, you've seen these cars 1 year ago, and I mean, what you think? That was a long time ago.
Yeah,
but
it seems like it. But I think I was just impressed with how these cars kind of drift around the corner. You mentioned them being rear wheel drive cars, and just the unique handling characteristics that brings along with it makes it a special challenge that we get here tonight. And just trying to see here as these cars roll around, again, you can even see from this shot some of the windshields and that some of them look a little bit better or easier to see out of than the rest of the field. And hopefully, again, as these cars kind of roll around and warm up, that's a problem that'll go away. But even you could see out the rear windshield off this shot that there's still a little bit some visibility issues for some of these competitors.
Andrew Turner. That is a different car as well, Kyle. Andrew Turner, normally always in the black and orange. Now it's the black and white. So a different vehicle for Andrew Turner in the number 76. Best finish of the season is a 5th place finish. That came over 2 months ago in April. So maybe bringing out a different car to try to get some improvement. I remember one time, Kyle, he raced the white car last year, and I think he did all right in it. But I don't think it shined any brighter than the orange car did. But hey, we're halfway through the season. You might as well switch it up and try something new.
Andrew Turner is one that, we've talked to other drivers in the division about. Some of these drivers race at different tracks. They talk about how fast Andrew Turner is at some other tracks.
Orange County.
BJ Reeves has always been very complimentary of Andrew Turner, and he says when Turner figures out the setup and what he needs here at South Boston Speedway, watch out. He is going to be a force. BJ Reeves has been a force. He's your reigning and defending, a 2-time division champion, and he'll lead the field up front with young Jay Hemingway beside. Then it's the man trying to make some history, Johnny Lane in row 2. Dylan Davis, a race winner 2 weeks ago with Johnny Lane.
Andrew Turner in row 3 in the 76. Jarrett Johnson, car 88, going to start in 6th. Andrew Turner rather in 5th. Caleb Sanford 7th. 8th will go to Zach Reeves. Jacob Sanford in 9th. Kendall Milam. Again, there's a lot of, or Milam rather. There's a lot of Milam fans, I've been told, that like to sit here in the grandstand.
They're definitely here.
Yeah,
they're absolutely here. Spin in practice for Kendall Milam earlier today. The field will be rounded out by Anna Mayo, Aaron Haley, and Joe Allred III, who we aforementioned is driving that new Subaru that he debuted 2 weeks ago. So I think the biggest story that we were talking about this historic night, I think it stands out above the rest, is Johnny Lane, about breaking through and could make it a historic night. He's starting from 3rd, so Kyle, it's not like he's handicapped tonight or anything. I see 3rd as a strong position for him to be able to start.
I got to say just before we get started here, hats off to Brandon Brown, this entire team, for sticking it out, because these racers sometimes in these types of divisions at a lot of tracks, sometimes they feel like maybe they're forgotten because they're not the feature show, but they stuck it out. They spent hours drying this track to try and get them a race tonight, and props to them for sticking by their drivers.
It's not an afterthought when it comes to the pure stock and Hornets divisions here at South Boston Speedway, and the fans have stuck it out as well. Danville Toyota pace car exits the scene. They're on their feet again, making some noises. They see the Gutter Works green flag. It's BJ Reeves, Jay Hemingway up front. Southside Disposal pure stocks are back, and we're back at South Boston Speedway.
13 cars strong, and BJ Reeves, first pole of 2026, will easily take the lead from the bottom side. Jay Hemingway looks a little slow in there. Again, this track is fully dry, but it's definitely changed from the last time that they raced it, even the last time that they practiced it.
Again, they've had very limited track time all weekend because the practice sessions got moved around all earlier today as we were dodging the weather and kind of having to make some schedule adjustments. So they've had very little track time, and hey, take all the fact that there's no rubber on the racetrack either. So very short race. They're going to have to figured out pretty quickly as Hemingway had a little bit of a run there out of turn 2. Cut off Lane there, who, again, is looking for a historic night tonight at South Boston.
Johnny Lane working the bottom groove there, trying to submarine his way around. They're chasing B.J. Reeves. You saw a little flame come out there for B.J. Before this race, he had only led 14 laps this season. Scott, that's a far cry from last year where he had 5 wins and he was in the top 5 in all 12 races last season. It has been sort of an uphill climb this year for B.J. Reeves, but a chance to maybe make amends and do something strong. But watch out for Jay Hemingway, a good bolt out of turn 2, and he will pull side by side with B.J. Reeves, who washed high up the racetrack.
Hemingway making it work, seen him win once before. It came in his 5th start of his career. Maybe he can make it 2 tonight, under 10 career starts. Look at Johnny Lane. The hole is open. He's trying to follow through the 12 inside of the 11 of B.J. Reeves.
Wonder how much of that was the conditions changing after the rain. The track is completely dry, but B.J. Reeves trying to go up high. He does not have the same speed up there. Certainly not the same that Johnny Lane now in front of him and Jay Hemingway have, as they have worked the bottom groove more successfully. You saw B.J. Reeves go a little bit lower there. Maybe he can get back to the front, but the lead is gone for B.J. Reeves.
Lead gone, and it was 2 weeks ago you were talking about those 14 laps led. That's really when we've seen him start to, I wouldn't say break through, but we've seen him run more in this top 3 than we have all of the 2026 season. Something I think we expected Kyle to come into 2026 from the 2-time defending champion, and BJ Reeves has told me many times down in the pits, man, we're just off, as Johnny Lane really went for it there.
Yeah, went for it and just did not get the result he wanted. It's going to expand Jay Hemingway's lead. No flag-to-flag winners in this division, and we won't have one now that you got a lead change there. It's so unique, the things that can happen at South Boston Speedway. As dominant as Johnny Lane has been this year for the Pierce stocks, no flag-to-flag wins, and that stat will not get added to here in this race.
And while he's hoping that trend continues here as they come around to the halfway point of this one, 10 laps to go, pretty much 2 packs of 3 cars. This one in the battle for first. Davis trying to hold off Johnson and Turner behind them in the battle for 4th. Lane and Hemingway kind of now separating themselves after Reeves, who started on pole and led the opening couple laps. Now Lane is all over the back bumper of Hemingway, especially in 1 and 2.
Right side of your screen, drivers 4th, 5th, and 6th hanging out around there. Davis, Johnson, and Turner. But look at this, pressure.
Oh.
And look at Hemingway, he is mega sideways. Lane won't be able to take advantage, didn't have enough momentum, but he is going to get to the bumper right in 1. Man, Kyle, Johnny Lane can just drive it so much deeper, but Hemingway has that speed off.
Yeah, Hemingway is getting an earful from Johnny Lane. Let's see how well he can hold him off. I had my conversion stats about how many times do you win in races where you lead laps. Jay Hemingway, he's 1 for 1. Only time he's led laps up to this point this year was the race win that he got. Let's see if he can convert. He'll have to really hold off Johnny Lane, who is putting some major heat on him.
Yeah, and you can see Hemingway reacting to that pressure that Lane is trying to apply. Again, going all the way down to the bottom like we saw earlier in the day, and finally he's able to stay alongside almost off of turn 2. Lane looking to the bottom, using every bit of that apron. Not a lot of banking down there, but there's some speed to be found as Lane will come back to the stripe. 5 to go, he's a new leader.
Same issue B.J. Reeves had there, just went a little bit too high up the racetrack, and Johnny Lane took advantage, Scott.
Johnny Lane taking advantage and taking it big time. Got to think about what emotion this will bring up in Johnny Lane. He's truly a family man and feels honored that his family allows him to do his passion, allow him to go out and race. It's the thing that he loves, and tonight he could do something that hasn't been done in quite a long time.
It is really impressive what Johnny Lane has done in his career up to this point. He's already a living legend. 37 wins, 38 would give him the division lead over Nathan Cruz. He's in good shape to do it now. Does Jay Hemingway have enough to build a run and maybe get back to Johnny Lane? Think about that car control there from Johnny Lane as well. He raced Jay Hemingway really tight, put the pressure on him, but I don't think he ever touched him.
No, he was just saying, I'm here, and Hemingway, I think, a little bit of free-handling race car that he's kind of battled with. He's somewhat gathering it back up, but it may not be enough time to try and chase down Johnny Lane.
Don't think it is going to be enough time, but hey, still got a lap and a half to go, so the 12 still in it, but you never know what can happen. But white flag is out for Johnny Lane this time. Said he started third. It wasn't too far back for him. He was going to feel good about it to start there. And golly, 3-time champion for Johnny Lane. And this season, he has done something that he's never done before, and now he'll do it for the first time. History has been made once again. A 38th career win, and he breaks it for his historic for Southside Disposal Pure Stocks.
Congratulations, Johnny Lane. Jay Hemingway will settle for a very good second. B.J. Reeves dropped back to third after winning the Small Town Design Co. Pole Award. Dylan Davis and Jarrett Johnson rounding out a good top 5. Congratulations, Johnny Lane. You have made yourself some history. He's made a lot up to this point, but now just making even more. Winningest all-time driver in the Southside Disposal Pure Stock Division. You mentioned he is a family man. He's a softball dad. He said he really enjoys watching his daughter play softball, but this sweet, sweet thrill of victory right here for Johnny Lane, this has not gotten old for him at all either. There you go. Congratulations, Johnny Lane. The fans that have stuck around got a good show there, and they showed their support for Johnny as he went by.
6th win of the season as well. He's just been so good this season. Johnny Lane, a 3-time champion, and it very well could be 4. Again, we got halfway to go, but he is on point.
It really has been very dominant for Johnny Lane. I was talking about laps led. He coming into this race had led over 50% of the laps. 6 wins now in 9 races. He has not missed the podium. It's been an incredible season, and I think of all the things that Johnny Lane has done, if this keeps up, if this trend keeps up, fellas, I mean, this will go down maybe as his best season ever. I need to take away the maybe and just say this will go down as his best season ever if he can keep up this pace.
With the win tonight, he becomes the 14th driver in Southside Disposal Pure Stock history to win 6 or more races in one season. And as he goes up, if he continues to win, that list gets a lot smaller, a lot quicker. Most wins in a season is 11. And so he definitely is on pace that he could do that, Kyle.
Yeah, well, that's mind-boggling, too. And that's, again, part of what's so great about South Boston Speedway, those historical connections. I mean, there have been legends that have raced here, and maybe guys and gals that wouldn't call themselves legends just say, hey, I like to jump behind the wheel and race and win races. I mean, Johnny Lane's kind of like that. I mean, he's about as humble as you're going to find, and I don't think he's going to blow himself up too much in the Victory Lane interview, but I'm with you. I think we'll see some emotion this time around out of Johnny Lane because good things come to those who wait. Johnny Lane does not have to wait much longer to celebrate a career win.
Johnny Lane has pulled it in. There were a lot of cheers from the stands as he took a few well-deserved victory laps here at South Boston because it is not often that you break records the way that he has done in this race. Had to wait for it a good long bit with the weather, but it is official. There is no one that has won more races in the history of the Southside Disposal Pure Stocks than one Johnny Lane, who's going to climb out of the car and celebrate victorious on Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 209 at South Boston Speedway. As he'll reach into the car, grab a napkin, clean off some of the sweat. Johnny, it is official. No one has won more races in the history of this division than you. To hold that record, what does that mean to you?
Well, it's definitely special, but I'm gonna tell you, them two guys did not give it to me whatsoever. I could tell everybody was loose. I tried to put mine in the spot where it was best at. I was free too, and I could see Jay just couldn't quite get the power back down coming off that corner. I said, if I can just figure out how to set him up. He gave it to me. I mean, that thing got some power, and he was driving it for everything she had. Oh, it means a lot, but my dad, man, all the credit goes to him. All I do is sit in the seat and turn the steering wheel, man. He does 99.9% of all the work, and not the first win would have been possible without him. I got to thank the good Lord above, the track, for they drive this track pretty daggone good for Pure Stocks and Hornets. I want to say hi to Eli, Tony Wilburn. I can't do no better with these motors right here, bud. I got to thank Southside Grill and Chill, Beck's Bar and Grill, Southside Disposal. Without one of these people, this wouldn't be possible. So thank all of you.
How much did you have to manage once you sort of noticed Jay's car doing what it did? Was that you had to go up an extra gear, or was it just all the way from the very beginning?
Well, I was pretty committed. I tried to let him and BJ settle theirs, and I knew we didn't have but 20 laps. So once they kind of got there and I could see both of them were loose, I said, well, if I don't get it now, I ain't going to get it. So I put foot to it, and we just did get it. I had to earn it.
Rain delay make it a little sweeter too?
No, I don't care for that rain delay. No, but the South Boston, Jeff and these guys, they really got this thing dry for us. And we got one more race and then fireworks, so I'm going to enjoy that.
Sounds like a plan and a well-earned fireworks show to boot for the winningest driver in the history of the Southside Disposal Pure Stocks, one Johnny Lane. Jay Hemingway brought it home second. Jay, this was a battle in a lot of respects, a quick race for 20 laps. When you look back on this, how do you assess it from your perspective?
Well, I learned a few things, how to drive on a wet track, and just keep pushing through it and just giving it all you have.
How much fun is it to come out here, especially in this sort of like, Randall, I said, does it change the mentality a little bit?
Yeah, it gets you tired, being up all day since early in the morning and then having to stay up late at night and then getting in a hot car, but it's all right because it's worth it in the end.
Podium too?
Yeah.
Big stuff for Jay Hemingway, who comes home in the second position. Work our way down to chat with third place this evening, B.J. Reeves, who you got a pretty big smile on your face, so I have to believe you enjoyed that.
I did, man. I tell you, first thing, for the track to step up like they did tonight after the late models were done, get this track dry, and let us local boys make a go at it, that was something special. I want to congratulate Hemingway on his second. Johnny breaking the record for the all-time wins in the pure stock. That's an amazing accomplishment, and it's a big deal. Love to thank my sponsors, Riverdale Laser Wash, Dotson Distributing out of Danville, Small Town Designs, Performance Heating and Air, and thank you guys, Flo, for putting us on the TV.
And thank you, BJ, for coming out and put on a show for us. That is your podium for the Southside Disposal Pure Stocks.
Chris Pinnicker, you're watching Sobo on Flow.
Putting the finishing touches on another historic night at South Boston Speedway. It's always a banger here at Sobo. We hope not any wall bangers. We were caution-free there for the Southside Disposal Pure Stocks, and it has been a fantastic evening. Loved what some of our Pure Stocks drivers said about just the fact that the track wanted to stay out here and get these two divisions in. We had the main event earlier, and it would have been easy to say, hey, we got that in. It's raining. Let's send everybody home. But more hard work, another heavy lift by our officials and our track services to get the track dry and let these two groups go racing. And what a group we have to finish it out for you, fans. Your starting lineup for the Dollar General Hornets. Chris Pennick won the Southside Ice Pole Award. He's in row number 1 with Landon Milam, who has been on fire all season long. Row 2, Cameron Moss, race winner this year. And then Landon's brother, Kendall Milam, right behind him there. Team racing up front, guys.
Jason DiCarlo start in 5th, winner from 2 weeks ago. Obviously, that's some handicapping when in 1 week you get put midfield. Then if you win 2 in a row, you get put to the rear of the field for the next race. besides where you qualified. Then it's Max Sangelo looking for a good run, Kristen Armstead, Stephen Lane for his second start of the season, and Cameron Goebel. That car was slated to be Landon Huffman. Landon Huffman has gone because the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 is over, and there was the rain. I think if everything would have gone as to plan, even with the Hornets going the bookend of the night, he would have stayed, but it was a long, long break.
It was a long break after the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 ended. The night did not end the way Landon Huffman wanted it in the main event race. So certainly that's a consideration. But it's a great idea, and maybe we'll see it come to full fruition at some point later on in the future. We still saw the smoke there from Cameron Goebel's car.
Goebel said it was going to happen.
Yeah.
He said nothing to worry about. So, hey, we'll see what he can do.
Thrilled about it. Thrilled for a great chance for Chris Pennick, who has led the most laps in the division, but he has been unable to convert just yet. Landon Milam, 4 wins. Cameron Moss, 1. DeCarlo, 1. Armstead, 1. Let's see who gets a race win here to cap off another fantastic evening at South Boston Speedway. It's Gutterworks green flag time for the Dollar General Hornets. Chris Pennick, good start, keeping Landon Milam at bay, at least temporarily anyway. That's Pennick in the green speed towing, number 4 up front with the field in tow.
And I got to say, it was not a good launch for Kendall Milam, who was just behind. He lined up 4th, and he is near the back of the field, so did not get going on that restart. Meanwhile, Cameron Goebel, that 18 car, trying to make some progress through the field with the driver change coming from the back, trying to go to the front.
From 9th to 5th already, and he is on the move. And Kyle, we mentioned it way earlier in the day, but this is the car that he was attempting to break the Dollar General Hornets all-time victory, or all-time list for, and he was not able to do it. Started to take up limited sportsman last season with the Budweiser limited sportsman division and really put this car aside, but now it's back and looking as fast as it always was.
It sure is. Cameron Goebel has 9 career wins in the division. At one point, he had a chance to set the all-time mark. Now it's Landon Milam with 12 victories at this point. By the way, we'll mention Kevin Curran and Jared Dawson. They both have 10 wins in there as well. So it's crowded at the top of the charts, but you have drivers that have made their mark. Cameron Goebel's one of them. He's going to pass Jason DeCarlo, it looks like. DeCarlo was your race winner 2 weeks ago. Although, as I say that, DeCarlo's not making it easy for him at all. Take a note on what happened from the pure stock race previously. Looked like the top groove went away. We saw that top line really work for the limited sportsman. Tristan Brunelli won the race from up there. Seems like it's gone away a bit for these two divisions.
Well, again, that's the difference between having a racetrack that everybody had just run on. You had 43 cars, 200 laps, a lot of rubber laid down, and, well, then you had the rain come and wash it all off. So a completely different racetrack that these drivers have compared to what they had earlier in the day. Again, the Hornets and the pure stocks, they hadn't practiced since, what, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon or so. It's been a long time since they were on track for quit. And they didn't really get to practice either. They pretty much rolled out, qualified, and that was it.
That was about it. Did you see that there?
Slip and slide.
A little bit. Oh, DeCarlo, it was a near moment. I thought he could have been going around, but trying to charge to the inside of Goebel there, was not able to complete it. Goebel now inside the top 3, but he's 3.5 seconds back to Chris Pennick, who we have yet to mention got another pole for himself, and he's yet to win.
I think it could be the night that Chris Pennick converts, but there's still a lot of work to do and 13 laps remaining. More looks there at Cameron Goebel as the smoke continues to show, but the car is just fine. Let's go back to last year real quick for Cameron Goebel. Did get 1 win in the division last season, only made 4 starts, 2 top 5s total. He won 3 times in 2023, 5 times a winner back in 2024. First started his racing back in 22. His dad, Billy Goebel, was a successful race car driver. Cameron has followed suit, although, as noted, the focus has been more on the limited sportsman ranks this year.
Chris Pennick, you said it coming into tonight earlier today when we were just chatting about it. Pennick had led the most laps in the division coming into tonight, just 3 more than Landon Milam, and he's going to continue to build that lead of laps led. But all those laps led, and he had not won yet. He still hasn't. 10 to go. what a day this would be for Chris Pennick.
Pennick's got the most top 5s as well, guys. He got 6 top 5s. Landon Milam only has 5. So Milam has been winning races, but he has had a few mechanical issues. We thought it was an electrical problem that really slowed him down. I think it was a spark plug or a spark plug wire maybe that came free on him and cost him a top 5 and maybe even cost him another race win that day.
Well, and this would move him, if everything finishes the way it was now, Chris Pennick would move into second in the championship standings. He would only be 7 points back from Landon Milam, so absolutely within striking distance.
Tell you who's not in striking distance that's anybody of Chris Pennick right now, who is continuing to pull away about 1.5 seconds or so to nurse a lead of about 1.5 seconds, 7 laps to try and nurse that lead and bring it on home.
Chris Pennick is one. We have seen his growth before our eyes in the last couple seasons, Scott. This is a guy that at times in practice could have problems keeping it off the wall. And he'll tell you that. I mean, he said, I just had to learn. I struggled. I stunk for a little bit. I'm getting better. Rest of the field knows this guy's getting better as well. He's worked on it. There has been a new car involved in there as well. That doesn't hurt when you upgrade the equipment, obviously. But Chris Pennick is learning how to drive. He might be learning how to win before our eyes.
I think he's been aggravated too a little bit this season with how things have turned out. You know, you talk about those laps led. He's been at the front a ton this season, but just has not been able to finish it off and right at the end to the end of the story. And he looks like he could be doing that tonight. At laps led, I mean, it was Landon Milam who moved him out of the way with 2 to go the night that Landon Milam eclipsed the win record.
How tough can that be for a driver, Blake, to get that confidence when you know you're starting out? You need to be patient with yourself, but also sometimes you do get frustrated that maybe things aren't coming as quickly as you want.
Yeah, it's tough to hold yourself back. You know, you have high expectations. Anybody that gets into racing, it's not because they don't want to win. So it's tough to kind of manage those expectations depending on the experience you have. But also Pennick sounding like somebody that, you know, has the right head on his shoulders to be able to manage that and know that he continues to go along, he continues to improve, the results will come.
Well, and he's another guy who's a great friend of the track and other drivers. He'll sponsor some other drivers with Green Speed Towing, his company, and really just a delight to be around as he has 2 laps standing between him and a first victory all time. We've had some first-time winners this year in this division, Cameron Moss and Christian Armstead, and now it seems like it is Chris Pennick's turn. He will come out of turn 4 and find himself watching the white flag wave. Brandon Willard's got it in the air one more time tonight. Next up is to grab that checkered flag. Chris Pennick is going to hit the back straightaway, and the Dollar General Hornets can say they have had 3 first-time winners this year. Pennick, little wiggle there coming out of corner 4, but no problems keeping it straight across the start-finish line. Chris Pennick, the man from Rustburg, is a winner in the Dollar General Hornets division at South Boston Speedway to wrap up a fantastic evening of racing.
That's 2 flag-to-flag victories on the night. Look at Landon Milam giving him a bump. These drivers, they're all friends. They all talk to each other, and so I think everyone knows that Pennick, this was coming for him this season.
Make some noise for him, race fans, as he comes by the grandstand there. Chris Pennick, he has earned it. He deserves it. Love that congratulatory bump there from Landon Milam. I wonder sometimes if you're a first-time winner, if you wonder, hey, what's this guy doing here coming up on me?
Yes. Also, sometimes it's what do I do now?
Sure.
And of course, this season he's been on the podium plenty of times. But I thought about this at one point too. Do you know to go down to Speedy there and grab the checkered flag? Obviously he does. I think he's been dreaming of this.
I think you're absolutely right.
He said, if I win, I'm going to do this and do exactly this. And now he's getting to play it all out.
Spotter could help out there too. Hey, don't forget to go grab that checkered flag, buddy.
Sometimes you could get overwhelmed with emotions and just forget all things.
No doubt about it. Well, we've done it like 14 times tonight.
Have done it. I especially. What a night we have had so far, and what a way to cap it off with a first-time victory for Chris Pennick. Landon Milam didn't have the speed tonight for Chris Pennick. He'll come up second and finish on the podium once again. Cameron Goebel from 9th to 3rd, a great run for him, but was just too far back from Milam and Pennick. And then DeCarlo, another top 5 for him as well.
I think Pennick going to do a good job here to salute all of these fans who stuck it out to watch each the the Pure Stock and the Hornets take to the racetrack. Again, a lot of efforts went in to get these 2 races in. I'm sure they're very appreciative of that. And again, I'm sure for him, he didn't mind the wait. He's going to be patient. He's going to have his adrenaline running all night long. He's going to remember this one for a very long time, so we'll be able to enjoy it. Doesn't care how late it went, which granted, because we bumped things up, didn't really go too late.
Want to remind the fans as well, fireworks after this,
Yes.
so don't go anywhere. Stay in your seats. You stayed with us all night long. You might as well get another show, a little relaxer, a little breather, and so we will have the fireworks after. I think the fireworks are going to happen right now, though, in Victory Lane with Chris Pinnock. He is going to be fired up and booming.
Scott, I think you're on to something because there are a lot of people that are down here that are already pretty fired up for Chris Pinnock, who is going to have the opportunity to climb out of his car in Philip Morris Victory Lane for the first time in his career. The Dollar General Hornets winner on Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 night at South Boston Speedway. There are an ocean of people just leaning in the door. He doesn't really have any room to get out. Now he's going to find his way to grab the flag and celebrate. Chris Pinnock is a winner at South Boston Speedway, and he will take the checkered flag and jump off with the Kyle Busch bow. A fabulous tribute there. And now he'll take a breather. And now we'll come in and we'll chat. Chris, congratulations coming in. Chris, long time coming indeed. You've been working at this and working at this and working at this, and to finally get it on this night of all nights, what's it feel like?
Oh, dude, it's great. I was like, we knew we came down here yesterday, we had a fast piece. I'm glad that the rain was able to hold off on the track, was able to get the track dry. Thank you guys for that. And I say, you helped me get my first win tonight. Honestly, I'm kind of speechless. This has been 3 years in the making. Basically three and a half seasons, and finally find myself in Victory Lane. I couldn't have done it without my wife. Couldn't have done it without my spotter, Glenn Stanley. Couldn't have done it without Green Speed Towing, obviously. All American Glass Works, Karate Media, Connor Race Products, Freeman's Synthetic Supply. Got to give a shout out to Black Acid Racing Apparel and Midnight Performance here. And also, got a new one here, Blue Ridge Lens Company.
Plenty of people to help Chris Pinnock celebrate. We'll let him catch a breather before the fireworks show. And we will turn our attention to Landon Milam, who comes home second. Got a whole host of people around. About to say, yeah, I see Kendall. I figured Landon might be near him. But in the meantime, Landon Milam, how much fun was that?
It won't really fun at all, to be honest with you. I mean, tight as shit. I mean, you got cars, 3 inches from the ground. I'm 6 inches from the ground, and they let the shit fly, so I'm going to do it to mine, too. And maybe we can beat a bumper to bumper and then a damn straightaway out. But, I mean, it is what it is. I'll come back for the next one. They ain't going to touch this purple thing next race. That's all I got to say on that. But I'd like to thank the Gun Sight, Big Sally's Diary, Obsidian's Designs, Devil Machine Shop, Douglas Big Butts Barbecue, Double H Cattle, Superior Trailer Repair, Papa John's, Pickett's Portable Sawmill, Sherwood Oil Surgery, Lost Trace, Wilkins Realty, Piedmont Printing and Graphics, Magnolia Bar and Grill, Milam Rental, Milam Truck Sales, my dad, my brother, my uncle for busting their ass on the car all the time. I mean, we'll be better for the next one.
Landon Milam ready to go and fired up for the next race. Cameron Go will be 3. Cameron, you look back at this night, what's the biggest takeaway for you?
I don't know, it's fun, man. We had good success in the limited. I had to start in the rear for a technical thing and the tech shed, but other than that, we had a good car, didn't tear it up. It was a good night. Now, the rain kind of sucked, but it cooled it off. And then, Landon was supposed to run this, all the Huffman crew. They're good guys, man. They worked their butt off on the Carroll Speed Shop car, and, he got tore up early on. It was rough. He felt a little sick when he got out of the car, so I just jumped in it for tonight. I'm sure he'll be back up later. We'll work something out, but it's fun getting in one of these things again, man. It's a blast. I honestly forgot how to drive it.
Always a fun time when you can hop in a Dollar General Hornet. And that's almost a night here at South Boston Speedway, and a night where a lot of things ended up breaking. We had a broken schedule because of the rain, but we had breakthroughs. Chris Pinnock gets his first win. We had ceilings broken with Caden Honeycutt finally getting a Triple Crown race. We had broken records with Johnny Lane getting the all-time win record in the division. And now we're going to break up the skies with a little bit of fireworks to end Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 evening. Thanks to all the fans that have stuck it out too, and all the track crew that helped get this track ready to go for the final 2 races. Been a lot of fun, and I hope that you, Scott, and Kyle, and Blake haven't enjoyed it up there as much as I have down here.
We definitely have. It has been a blast. And again, we want to give one last shout, one last thank you to the fans and everyone that has stayed, especially for these fireworks. It has been quite a wild night. It's been a bit of a wacky night, not something that we're normally used to with having to flip around the schedule so much, but we're so glad that you have stayed with us. Gentlemen, I have had so much fun on this 20th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200 in 2000.
I hope we're around for the 200th running.
That'd be quite crazy. I don't know how that'd be possible. I don't think that's even physically possible, but I cannot wait to be watching down from heaven in the 200th running.
Well, the fireworks show is underway, as you can see, our FloRacing audience. Stick around and enjoy this. This is a little bit like at Christmas where, they have the fireplace channel, and some people will put that on for the warm ambiance. We really have had fun, and, we haven't mentioned maybe the patriotic angle quite as much, but coming up on the America 250th anniversary, worth thinking about some of those things. We saw some really cool patriotic outfits and paint schemes on cars. And we saw some great racing tonight, fellas. Blake, I take some final observations and opinions from you. Just another fantastic evening at South Boston Speedway, and it's another one that's going to go down in the legacy and the lore and the history, and for some different reasons, but that's what's great about racing, and that's what's great about racing here is you do get different reasons that it goes down in history every single night. You rarely see the same thing here at South Boston.
Yeah, what an entertaining night. I think I'm going to remember that Landon Milam interview for as long as I live. But also just what a great night for late model stock racing, right? We come out here, have a huge field in the race on a 100-lap run to the end. Great showcase by so many of the drivers and the teams out here. And every time I come to South Boston, just blown away by everything that happens here at this racetrack, and blessed to be back, and can't wait to do it again for the 21st running, hopefully next year.
Well, I mean, we love having you here, Blake. It really is a joy. It is great to work with you. I think the three of us have so much fun together, and we're able to have so much fun because it is so great out on track. Trevor Ward, this is going to do more momentum, put more momentum in his bag going into the rest of the 2026 season. Probably the same for Pimbleton, but Pimbleton's going to have some adversaries.
No doubt about it, and you mentioned two of those guys, which is fantastic. But, gosh, I got to say, and you guys can feel free to disagree, Caden Honeycutt, I mean, that is as good a performance as we've seen, certainly in a long race anyway. I mean, we've seen some people dominate a 75-lapper, of course, but that was just almost total domination start to finish. He didn't win the pole. He started third, but, man, what a masterclass he put on.
It's basically uncontested.
And to do it in a field that was that good, just incredible. They were dialed in today, and they went out and they executed about as perfect of a race as you could hope for.
Al, I see you digging.
I'm scrambling.
You're thinking about some stuff. Well, I was gonna say goodbye, but you seem like you're looking for something.
Well, I did want to tell people where we go from here.
Oh, good,
South
good.
Boston Speedway.
Look
we're
at you
back.
thinking ahead of me.
I tried to. South Boston Speedway. We are back in. Speedway.com. Where do all the other drivers go? In the late model, we got drivers doing many different things. We got a handful that's going to be back on the Craftsman Truck Series soon. Others are going to be on the Cars Tour. But our next Triple Crown, the Langley Speedway website. Net folks, and if you're not plugged in there, I don't know, pick up the phone and call us at South Boston Speedway.
Fans that are here, and maybe fans that are watching along on FloRacing that aren't at choose a sober driver and buckle up. That's who'syourdriver.org. Choose a sober driver and get home safely. Gentlemen, anything else?
Thanks to our hardworking crew. Best in the business.
Absolutely. We want to shout out our winners division as well. In the 20th running of the Thunder Road Harley-Davidson 200. I've been joined by Kyle Haney, Blake McCandless. My name is Scott Shive. We'll see you in 2 weeks, or hopefully as well, at the Langley running of the Hampton Heat 200.
This isn't just a normal race.
It's grueling, it's hot, it takes everything to win.
There are no guarantees, no second chances.
Nothing out here will test you more than this race.
The fire, the flames, the heat.
When the checkered flag falls, only one of us will be happy. Give everything, leave nothing. I want to win this race more than anyone else.